Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. It is a nice, relaxing puzzle day today. We're going to be playing some Pixel Cross Adventure. If you're familiar with games like Picross or just nonograms in general, that's what this is supposed to be. It is kind of a pseudo RPG. There is a narrative involved in it. We're going to be starting further into the startup sequence, not because it's terrible, but I'll give a summary of it. It's largely a, hey, there were prior games, here's the villain. Hey there, maybe. We're just getting started. Let's see. How many kitties do we see? We see... Interesting. This camera too being a bit slow. We've got Sky, we've got Mason and Ember, and we've got Sherbet behind my head. We'll see if Sammy shows herself. Now, the audio for the game is off, both because, no one can be trusted to actually control rights management. And second, there is no volume control in this game, and it's very loud. A cat nonogram game on mobile. I might have to look for it. If you feel like swinging through, can you pop the name in the suggestions board? I have a couple of nonograms on my phone, but, I can always use another. Okay. So, again, there were prior games. They are different types of games. Cat tree. One of them lines and boxes, another similar. But the core gimmick is that Dr. Guy creates a pixel dust that pixelizes things. And a villain shows up that also makes everything monochrome. So they have used tools that depixelize things and recolor things. And now the villain has control of the pixel dust and is using their monochrome laser. Again, they say it makes things monochrome, but that only seems to be true when it hits a person. If it hits anything else, it makes this horrible black hole that emits monochrome pixels. Well, we'll have to see then, maybe. Overuse of advertisements on mobile is kind of a blight. Especially with a game that doesn't really benefit from it. Or there's no excuse for it to be there, let's call it. I do wish more games that were, they're not even live service or something like that. They're really just kind of one and done games. I wish more of them would just have a, it's free, but if you pay us X amount of monies, it removes the ads. Just an unlock. But in any event. Oh my, oh no, this is bad. The villain has made a robot double of the main character that is going about converting items into black holes. I'm not sure how much detail you folks can see, but it is very chunky pixels as far as the art. And there are artificial scan lines to give it that, oh so retro feel. the main character here, Scorchan, is one of the orange blobs there is the orange blob to the left of him. The villain's evil robot is underscore. Scorchan, wake up. Something is going around pixelating stuff into oblivion. Whatever is happening, Professor, it can't be me. I've been napping since... what time is it now? Wish I could tell you, Scorchan, but look behind you. This character having a more Xbox-style controller attached to their forehead in their little cat-eared hoodie that they seem to wear like a cape. The robot has more of a green wavebird looking thing. Well, that explains why I didn't wake up. My alarm clock is... Hey, where is my alarm clock? It is a very faint rippling there, maybe. Exactly. Objects are being pixelated and disappeared all around us. Well, I didn't do it, I swear. I know, for a change it wasn't you, but we need to fix this and figure out what is going on. Walk over to where your alarm clock was and see what's up with it. Go, small child, test this for me. Definitely got some mobile game vibes to the interface. There's a lot of click to move and similar stuff going on. Great, all the information is still there. We can piece it all back together again using logic. This looks to be like a common and very popular form of logic puzzle, sometimes called an onogram. Do you want me to explain how this works? Okay. No. Well, if you're sure, you can always well, if you're sure, you can always come back to me and ask me to explain the rules if you decide you need me to. Okay, right click will... Okay, good. Can't be there and there. No, that has to be one, which makes you here and here and there and there. There and there. All right. So again, I turned off that sound. That would have spiked my audio meter there. If it came through. But this also ignored the sound effect setting. Isn't that neat? Okay, you do have the timing score. New best time. Alright, so that shall be our gimmick. And apparently we have an XP bar. By puzzling that bunch of clues back into an alarm clock, you've managed to bring it back into our reality. It's really weird. Maybe the only option there was to turn it off or not. Now, maybe there is an option, but if there is, they have hidden it well. Hello, Ember. Hello. I could use volume mixer. Unfortunately, that messes with a lot of stuff if I do that. But I would be able to. We can experiment. Just a moment. Why don't you and Gig go out and fix as much stuff as you can by walking up to these weird floating pixels and pressing space. In the meantime, I'll go do some research here to get to the bottom of what is happening and who is doing it. Righto, Professor. As usual, Scorchan is on the case, saving the world and being awesome. Come on, Gig, let's go. All right. Let's experiment a moment. So as we can see here, there is just a checkbox. So that's the sound of moving on the menu. And we're going to briefly turn the music on. As such. There you go. We'll see if there's some disgruntled indie artist that tries to claim that segment. But yeah, what you heard there was default. If you lower it by about 30 decimals, you can hear. Hello, Sammy. Ember has taken your spot on my lap. Yes. Just as you have often seized her spot. Yes, weaponized copyright is not uncommon. And thus, piano. Sammy clearly wanting to sit on my lap, but also not wanting to enter confrontation with Ember. I don't know what Clue Roulette is, but... Okay. And once again, the clear sound on this ignores the volume setting, so I am not even piping game sound to you folks. Oh no, mobile phone. Okay. Oh, it's my phone. Very derp cat there. Make sure to have if you make sure to have yours with you at all times, we can communicate while you two are out and about being heroes. Guess it has eaten the whole stairway. What is this? Requirements? I can't access this yet? What's going on? Seems like you need to gain some experience before you can tackle this one. Perhaps clear some more of these puzzles. I think I saw one in my lab behind me. Try solving that one first. Experience? You're not trying to make me learn, are you? You know how I feel about bettering myself. It is. Puzzle RPGs occasionally float out there. I actually encountered one that was a JRPG that used a Tetris-style mechanic. Tetris combined with an ATB system, also using an interrupt combat system, an elemental weakness combat system, is a little bit too frantic, frankly. It's been scientifically proven, presumably, that doing logic puzzles makes you smarter. So it's only natural that you increase your brain power as you play. Not sure about this. I don't want to end up all smart or nothing. Has very mobile vibes as far as like clicking stuff. Especially with JRPGs, that sort of like late inspired by kind of thing is you'll often get mechanic accretion where, you know, I liked this and I liked this and I like this idea. So clearly the result of all of them mooshed together will be good. All right, next time we're going to turn on Clue Roulette just so that it tells us what it does. Flask. I played The Witness. I have seen it. I haven't seen it played, but I have seen the game. Okay. So it was, I don't want to get all smart nor nothing first. One of the traits that is unlocked at level 2 is you now understand the difference between your and you are. Is this going to be reflected in their dialogue? Got +1 critical thinking, +5 gregariousness, and +2 coarseness. Pixel Novice Trophy. Okay, yeah, we don't need Clue Roulette. Or I don't want to use Clue Roulette. But I understand the spirit. Stairs. Might be an interesting idea to visit someday, maybe. Some cool books to read. You can flip pages when you're done reading. You can press A to close it. In this case, space. Books with beginner and advanced tactics available in your local library. Other books are found in other places. Okay. I don't like that you can smear diagonally. Most of the ones that are taking some effort for usability have a you can drag in a straight line kind of thing. Sufficient information. Okay, so there can't be two 2s up here. So this has to be part of a 2. And if this is part of a 2, then that's a 3. And that must be part of the 2. So we know the 3 is here or here, so there can't be something there. Same with this 3, this 3, this 3, and this 3, and that one fills the row. We can't do anything with these because there are 3 slots that ones can go into. We know that one is here, but there's 2 different places for it. We have a 2 and a 1 up in here, but there isn't room for the 3 in this place, and there isn't room for a 1 here, so this is the 3 which fills these. And this is definitely the 1, so that's a 3. We fill that in, which makes that a 3. We close that because that only contains 1, and since we know this is 3, it has to fit in this row. And both variations of 3 that can fit in 4 cover these 2. Which makes that the 2, makes that the 1. There is a 2 here, so that's definitely the 2. We close that. This one needs a 1, so we do that. And this needs to be a 4. Did you get that? Because it's only going to get weirder from here. They are starting out with some puzzles. They're very quickly getting into the puzzles where you need to do that kind of thing, where you need to assess the rows a little more a little further. 5x5s are usually a lot more straightforward, but they even did that early. Only the very first puzzle, 2 puzzles, had that vibe of everything is a foregone conclusion row, where that combination fills the whole row and there aren't any uncertainties. And they're also already into 10x10s as opposed to starting with lots of 5x5s kind of thing. So like in a 10x10, a row of 10 is a certainty. So this is a 2 and a 1. Those are true, and that. Hey there, Florian. Are there more of my kind? I am the original prototype, the proto-nanotype, but the product line has started shipping. Oh, no, wait. There is a second one, which makes that the second one, and that is the 4. And that's a 1 because it has to end in 1. This has to be a 5, and that has to be the 4. 4, 5 is a foregone conclusion. There is 1 space between them, and the 2 of them account for 9, so that is the whole 10 filled. This one is technically foregone because we know what the top and bottom is, and we know that the length of them. So they start at the top or bottom and go towards the middle. There's no real guessing in it. This one we have to figure out where the 1 is, which is right there. No other hair colors available yet. Maybe that'll be a future feature. Coffee machine. Oh, okay. This is the coffee pot region. And I presume the left was like a water reservoir. They have a very similar vibe, maybe. My utility closet. It is locked, and I lost the key for it a while ago. I think it was when we went for that picnic. Things are looking pretty bad out here. We've got our work cut out for us, Gig. It's got a very Saturday morning cartoon vibe, is that, you have the cartoony professor sending them on missions, the very colorful characters, and she has a strange, cute creature sidekick. If we were full Saturday AM, there would be 3 more people, minimum. Usually it counts up to 4 or 5. And they would be a quote-unquote diverse group. Depending on the era, there would be a kid in a wheelchair. Should go east to the right. Get some useful items to help you in your adventures as soon as you can. Need a map so you can figure out where you are. They might have one for you at the convenience store. Also a logbook so you can keep track of and replay the puzzles you've come across. Library might have one. Well, there's some mechanical options for us. Now, okay, here's another fun one. 8 is 2 less than 10. So we know that the furthest it can go, that if I were to start at this end, 8 would come all the way up to here. And if I were to start at this end, the 8 could go all the way down to here. There is no combination of 8 in this row that won't cover those. Isn't that neat? One and 3 are a foregone conclusion in a 5. Anything that adds up to the column when you account for each space being 1 is a foregone conclusion. And since these 2 are filled because of those, this has to be the remaining parts of the 8. It is interesting, isn't it? The way that you do it starts to expand in complexity as they increase the size of the puzzle. For one, because I haven't memorized the number sequences that are those like fixed solutions at higher numbers. Again, for those that have joined a little later, the game does not have volume sliders. It only has toggle on or off, and it is super loud. So I would normally turn off the music so that we could hear that, but the sound effects are also not really a big win. And also the volume toggle for sound effects doesn't work on all of them. No secret undelivered package this time. Nope. 1 and a 1 and a 1. This has to be part of the 5. So it has to be like that. That's a 5 there. That's a 5 and a 5 as well. So this has to be the 2. That has to be the 2, so that's a 3 and that's a 3. Since this has to be part of the 5, it has to be here. Same with this one. Which fills that row. That has to be the 7, that has to be the 1. And then the 6 and the 6. For those that saw the stream announcement on Discord or Blue Sky, this is what I mean about muttering about numbers. I have seen games where they actually use colors in the puzzle. Those were ones where it was a mobile game. that had like stamina kind of system for getting errors. The difficulty with it, for using the colors right away as far as like the image, was that it can make it harder to see which boxes you're filling in. Now, the idea of having like X and color notations is interesting. Where it's like, okay, it has 2 red kind of thing. That could be neat. So within the, like, 1, 3, the 3 also has, 2 red and 1 blue kind of thing. Seems different. What's this one all about? It appears that this one isn't just one puzzle, but a group of puzzles that once completed form a bigger object. Oh, neat. Select which one. Okay. So, like, they're not jumping you to 20 to 20 quite yet. Oh, okay. They fill in zeros. Let's see. A 5 can live with a 1, but we know that the 5 is down here. So, similarly, the 5 would have to overlap that. We know this row only contains 1s, so it's like that. And we know that no matter what, this can't be the 2, so it has to be the one of the 1s. We don't know which one, but it's one of the 1s. Similarly, a 6 will always overlap that in a 10 by 10. That's all of 7. So we know the 1 lives up here. The 5 can't live here. It has to live here. The 4 can be in either of these. We can't guess yet. But this has to be a 2, which tells us that that's where the 4 is. And then rules out all of those others. So since the 1 can't be up here, the 1 has to be here. Which puts the 5 right there. The 6 can't be over here now because we only have... we have 3 by 3, which means it can only extend 3 more. Again, we don't know if this is a 1 or a 2 yet. We just know that this one has to be a 1. There's only room for the 4 right there. We know that that can't be filled anymore, so all of those are filled in. The 2 has to be down here, but we still don't know enough about it. 2 won't fit there, so we can just rule it out, but that row is also filled. Same with that row. Okay, now we know where the 1s are. The 2 has to be there. Can't be there, so the 1 has to be here. It's a weird icon. Ah, okay, that's right. We don't get the more complex colored image yet. We need the other 3 pieces of the puzzle. Neat. Okay, I like that. No. No 10s. 7s go all the way to here. Tells us that's the 2. Tells us that's the 1, which makes this the 6. That's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 3. That. Just so. So we know this is a 7 that fills you in. That means you have to be a 1. We know you're a 1 because there's only 1s. 3 and 1 can't coincide in this area, so we know that's a 1. 4 has to overlap with that one, which we know is a 1. Yeah, why would you hit seemingly at random? The beam is supposed to make things monochrome. And the thing that fuels the beam makes them pixelated. but it's turning everything into a black hole with random monochrome pixels over it. So it's not really making things monochrome. It's really just making a mess. 2 has to be here. Fills that row. 2 can't be here or here, but it's within that space, which makes you a 3. 2 has to be there. The 4 has to live in that space, which makes it a 1, which makes you a 2, which makes you the 3. There's a 1 and a 3, so they have to live like that. You don't have to fill in the blanks, but it's convenient for reviewing. There are 2 1s left. They have to fit there. Which removes that row, which means this is where the 2 is. Which makes this where the other 2 is. Alright. So 7 has to overlap like this, but there's a 1 below it, and 1s take up 2 spaces when they come from an edge. The block to fill in and the block next to it. So since the 1 has to be here, we can move the 7 up by 2. Because it can't go any further down than this block, means that if it were to fill this block, it would go up by 6. You can't do that unless there's constraints that match it. Hello, Sherbet. It's got to be a 3, which makes you the 3. That's the 1. 3 can't fill in anymore. That's a 2, so we can rule that out. Okay. 2 and 3 and 3. So we can add up the numbers and we get 8. But there are 2 spaces between them, so we get 10. Which means we can just fill that one in. If I remembered that, or if I actually counted that up front, we would be able to skip, the calculation stage. Anytime you touch an edge, you know what that number is, or how to fill it in. So 1, the 3 can be here or here. There's a 2, that could be anywhere. But now we know how to fit that one. One is filled, which makes you the 3. There's a 1 somewhere in the middle here. 2 can't live here, so it has to live here. 3 is there, filling in those. 2 missing. There are 3 missing here, so 1 and 2 and 3, which makes you the 4. 1 and 2, there's 2 left, fills in that. This is the 4. I don't always get them in the order that would let me fill them in. I get them as I see them. Oh, okay. It's a car. Oh. Interesting. Fill in the bits that we know. Can't be here or here because those won't fit 2 or 3. Same, that won't fit a 3. Since we can't fit 2 3s there, that's a 3. And this is part of the 3. Since we can't fit 2 and 3 here, the 2 is here and the 3 covers that one. Those are the only ones that are there. fit 3 ones there, but there's 1 and 2 twos, because 2 twos take up 5. That has to be the 3, which tells us that's a 1. You have to be the 1. It's the 3. This has to be 1. There isn't any room to fit anything else in, which makes you the 3. There is no 1 here, so it has to be the 3. If the 4 is on this side, then it covers these 2 spaces as well. There is a 2 and a 3 at the end. If I were to fill this one, it would make the 3, leaving no room for the 2. So this is the 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 3. Now, if I had noticed, that's how a row is filled. Hey, Starry Night. Welcome. It has been a bit. We know those are 1s. We know that is filled. We know this is a 3. We know that's a 2, which makes that a 2. That's already filled in. That's part of the 3. That's a 4. Behold the car. Achievement for completing a segmented puzzle. Okay. No, that row is like that. That one's filled, that one's filled, that one's filled, that's there, that one's filled. That's there, that one's filled. Which means we know that and that. We know this is 5. That's filled up then. This has to be a 2. There are 2 1s between it, and that has to be the 3. Fence gate? Yeah, there we go. Bloop. But yeah, we're doing well there, Starry Night. Playing some puzzle games today. Nice, relaxing puzzle games. That's a 2. Makes you part of the 3, which means 3 can't be there. That's the 4. Makes you a 2, you're a 1. This to be 6. Makes you part of the 3, you're part of the 3. There's nothing here, here, or here. That's filled, so you have to be the 3, which makes you a 1 and you a 2. No parking sign that uses purple. And is quite tall. You should get a map and a logbook. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, there are a lot of things about this that kind of scream mobile game. Clue Roulette is one. I could very much see that mechanic being used as a hey, watch an ad or spend gold to use Clue Roulette. Okay, so this one is 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, and then the spaces are 7, 8, 9, and 10. So 1 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 1. And this is the same way. Which makes that the 6. Since if there's only one thing in the row, it has to be a contiguous line. 6 and a 6. Filled, that is filled. Up, filled up. Ups, 1 and 1 and 1. Ember is on my lap. Sherbet is trying to cross over to the desk in the most awkward, disruptive way possible. He's trying to like worm his way around. I must ask that you continue, sir, because if you rub your face on those, you'll disrupt things. Go this way. Yes. Manhole cover. You often have that kind of manhole cover in the street, as opposed to on the sidewalk. Okay, 5, we can't tell where 5 is because there's no guaranteed overlap, since it could be at either end and not touch another piece. Oh. Let's see. Moment of conflict between Ember and Sherbet there. So 2, then that would be like that. Yeah, okay. 5, 6, and 7. That's 6. 2 away. 1 somewhere. Don't know where to fit that or that. That's the 5. That's definitely a 1. That's a 4. 5 and you a 4, which makes you 2. Put that in. That makes you 8. That's the 3. This is a 3. Fills that in. This row is filled, which makes you the 1, and that the 4. So a tree. Which context clues of where it was said tree, but I thought, hey, maybe a picnic blanket to find that key. But not yet. Summon tree. Boop. Giant cartoon magnet. Nice. That's filled in. Those are 9. Those can't be filled in because that's a 6. That's a 10. So we just filled that in. 8 is always like that, which makes those 3s live here. Just so 4s are filled in. There's a 1 here and here, which fills in the 6. There's a 3 here and here, which fills in that 8. That's filled in, so the 3 is here and here. Fire hydrant. Nice. It's moving right along. Anybody else find these kind of things relaxing? Okay, I wonder, is there a disruptive aspect to this? Like, could it be that tree, this could be the tree stump, and its removal knocked the tree over? And if we do fix that, does it restore the whole tree? Is the game even that complicated? Let's find out. Oh. I mean, really, Clue Roulette has the feeling of, would you like spoilers? I get that that's not. It can help you get through a puzzle that is complex. Let's see. A 1 could fit here because there's room for a 3. But if that's a 1, if there were a 1 here, there's no room for a 4. So the 4 is that. We would have known that if we just looked at where the 10 was, but still. So 4, so the 6 lives there. That's a 2. There's nothing else here. There isn't room for a 3 unless this is the 3, which makes that a 1. That's the 4. This has to be part of the 4, so like that, which puts you here. There's 6. There needs to be 7 if that's blank, which makes you the 2 here. You're the 2 there, which now there's 1 space, so the 6 would have to go up 5 to fill that in. That must be the 1 because it's no other space for it, which makes you a 3, which fills in those rows. Now, this is a 2. There's a 1 here, so this has to be another 2. This is 6, so it has to fill in like that because there isn't space otherwise, and it's a contiguous line. Now we only have 6 here, which fills in that. That has to be a 1, this whole... Oh, I messed that up. I think it's like that. I think. I don't like that it can sweep diagonally. The other ones that I have will not let you sweep the thing wrong. Like, it's if you're sweeping across, it is 1 row at a time. That's a 1, that's a 4, and that's the 6. Okay, this is a tree stump. Is it sitting by itself, or does it fix the tree? I'm guessing just sitting there. Okay, that's an excuse for a boundary wall. Okay, that's fair. So 2 lives, so that means 3 lives there. If the 3 can live here, the 4 has to be either to this spot or from this spot as far as maximum range. So a 4 lives there. Doesn't tell us anything about the 3 and the 2. We know this is a 2 though, but that doesn't help us. 4s and 5s, we know how those fit in a 10 by 10. Since this is a 4, it can't touch this. We can't extend the 4 up to here because that would make 5. So that has to be a 4, and that's also a 4. So since we know there's a dot here, the 4 can only be with that space, so it blocks this, which makes that a 5. And those can't be filled in. 3 won't fit there. And 4 won't fit here. Since this pixel is here, there isn't room for 4 here. This is part of the 4, which means it can't be there. This space here, the 1 is either here or here. So the 4 can only go as far as this or as far as this. It's part of a 3, so it's like that, which means nothing is there, which means the 4 can't fit there. We knew that it was already like that, though. Since there's only 1 space, the 4 goes upwards of that far. That's the 3 and a 1 and the 2. That and the 2 and the 4 and a 1. 4, which made the 2. 2 is there still. We don't know. There's a 3 and a 2 here, which means that's part of it. Which means that has to be 3. 4 lives in there. 3 has to be there, which means that's filled in, which makes you the 4. You're a 4, so it's like that, which fills in that element. There's a 1 there. Everybody keeping up? Great. Uh, 10 by 10 and often 15 by 15. There's not a lot of wiggle in them, so it can be straightforward to address that. Once it gets to 20 by 20, you start having to kind of piece it apart a bit at a time. This place is a mess. Scorchan, you've got to help me. This weird metal thing that kind of looked like you came in and zapped my entire store into nothingness. Looked like me, you say? So breathtakingly pretty, huh? Look, I only really came in here because I need a map. Do you sell those? I'll give you one for free if you put my store back together again. Not keen on having to work for stuff, but I also don't really want to pay for a map if I can help it. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Thank you, Scorchan. You're my favorite customer. Cute. No. Okay, 15. So we're starting to get into trickier territory. One of the ones I played recently had a lot of QOL to it. It had the row control so you can't smear diagonally. It also had middle mouse to count the cells for you. So we know with 11 and 15... So we know with 11 it's 2 big blocks plus 1. So it can go this far or it can go this far from either edge, which makes those the edges. Down here, those are the ones. There's a 2 there. There's a 1 and a 2 and a 1. Okay. 9 can go all the way to this far or all the way to this far. But there's a 2 on this side, which fills 3, so we fill 3 more. 8 and a 10 goes this far. 6 goes that far. This has to be part of the 4, so that's like that. What else do we know? This is part of a 2, so that's not filled in, which means this is the 3, which fills that in, and that's the 6, which fills those out. These can't be filled by the 4, which means the 5 now overlaps here. We have 4 and 4, we have 8. Still doesn't tell us anything. But because there's 2 blank here, the 5 has to fill at least that much space. That's a 3, that can't be filled in there. Since this is a 4, the 2 is at least partially overlapping that. We can't make conclusions yet, though, but because there's a space for 2 here. But since this row only contains a 3, it can't fit in 2. This is 7 long, but it needs to be at least 8 long, accounting for there only being 3 spaces here. So we add that, which gives us the 2. We can fit a 2 down here, so we can't assume that that is the 2. It's a 3, and a 3 would overlap like that and that. The 3s have to fit together sort of like that. This has to be part of a 2, but that doesn't help us know anything because there's still 2 spaces that can fit the 5. Because there's a space down here, we know that this is the 2, so we fill that in, which means we know about this and this now. There's 2 spaces here, which means that's part of the 5. Since it has to be a 5 and a 2, there is a dead space there. It's full of necromorphs. This is a 5, so there's no space here. So again, it now extends this far, which tells us where the 1 is. We can see 3 1s, so that's the 2. Makes 3 like that. This fills in here and here. So there's a 2 here. This other 2 can fit in 4 spaces, so it tells us nothing. This has to be part of the 3, so there can't be something there, which tells us about that 3. We now have a 9. That fills that in and tells us where the other 2 is. 5, we still don't know anything about that yet. We have a 1 and a 2. There's no space for another 1 here, so that has to be a 1. So that's a full 2, which makes that where one of the 2's is, so that's filled in. Getting there. Still can't identify where the 4 is yet. 3, that's a 2, but there's 3 slots for 1s. So 1 here. Oh, well, that's a 2, which tells us that's the 5, which is a 3, which is a 4. And that means that's a 4, which means that's a 3, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 3. You get kind of a cascade effect with these. So that's the only remaining space for a 1. We now have 7 fills that in, which means we now know that the 4 covers that space, which makes you a 2, and you're a 2. That can't be filled in because the 3 can't reach that far. Filling those as a 2. That's definitely a 1, but we don't know if there's a 1 here yet. 6, 7, 8, 9. We need a 10th, so that's the 10th, which makes you a 2, and you're a 2. Still doesn't inform us much more there. That becomes a 2, which makes you a 4, which makes you a 3, and a 3. It's the 1 and a 2. So a 2, a 1, a 2, and a 1. That's the 3. Row was already filled in, though. Which makes you have to be a 1. You're the second one. That part can't be filled. It's already filled in, which makes you a 2. That's the 8. That's the 11. There's nothing there. Just have to squeeze them together. Nothing here. That's the 2. That's filled in. That's the 2. Ice cream. Mutter, mutter, mutter numbers. How's everyone doing today? No. Okay, in 15 long, 7 doesn't tell us anything. Are there any that automatically tell us anything? That one, all the way up to 7, won't tell us anything if it's a single number. This means this is when we start to run into piecing them together. So if this is 7, if the 7, the first number, starts from here, it can go this far. Hey there, Tass. So if the 7 goes this far, then we have a space, and then the 4 would go 1, 2, 3, 4. If the 4 started here, it would reach this far. So that has to be where part of the 4 is. If this was the 4, we go a space, and then we say 7 could go to here. And if 7 were to come from this side, we have that as an overlap. So the 7 overlaps here, and the 4 overlaps here. Doesn't tell us anything in this row, but because this is a 4, we fill that in. So now we know the 6 overlaps here. The 6 were to come this far, it would overlap 3 more spaces. And thus it begins. Since there's only one 2 in this, that's the 2, that's a 2. This is part of a 2. 6 can't live in 4. We have 8 here. 6 is 2. 2 within 8, so on both edges there's 2. So part of a 2, and you're part of a 3. 4 lives at the bottom, has to be like that. 2 can't fit there, so we fill that in. If 1 were up here, 4 wouldn't fit, so the 4 can't be here. This has to be the 4, and that means you're the 2. 4 can't live there. 6 right here. The 6 didn't help us much, but it fills in a little bit. Oh, well, that has to be a 2. 6 helped us more than I thought. 5, which makes part of the 5 anyway. Technically already knew that. You're a 1, which makes you a 4, which fills in the rest of the row, which makes you a 4. So we have a 1, that's the 6. Since it's another 2, that's already filled in, which makes you a 2. We don't know where the 1 is, but oh no, now we know where the 1 is. So the 4 is there. It's the end of the row, so that's a 3 and a 2. 2 won't fit in there. 2 is there. Let's see. This is already a 1. Since this is a 2, there's nothing down there. Which means a 2 partially lives here. Then a 3 lives right about here. 4 still lives there. We can't tell based on that, but the last one in here is a 2. So it has to live about here, which makes that a 3, which means there is nothing all the way out to here. It's a 2. Which makes you a 2. Which makes you one of the 3s. There's a 2 and a 1 left. There can't be anything there, but we knew that because that row was filled and I just had X'd it out. Since this has to be a 2, that's a 1. Blocks that in. 7 can't live there. That's the 2. That's a 2. Then 7 has to fit in this, which means it overlaps here. Which fills in this whole row there. That, which makes you the 7, and you're a 2, and you're a 1. And this is part of a 3, but again, we knew that already. Filled in makes you a 2, you're a 2, you're the 4, which makes you a 2. What is that? Okay, bunch of bananas. How you doing, Tass? We're nonogramming. Oh, filled in the rest of the fruit, too. Oh. 4, 3, 1, 1, 2. That's the 1, you're a 3, and you're a 3. It's there, that's part of the 2, you're a 1. So the 4 can live here. Part of the 2, you're part of a 3. That's a 1, that's the 2, that's the 2, that's the 7, that's the 3. 3, 2. And you're a 2. That row is filled, so that's a 4. It's a 1 into 1. You're a 4 that lives there. This 4 is all the way out to here, so that's part of it. This 4 lives about here. That's the 4. Since you're a 4, it's like that. 4s are like that. Can't be filled in here. This thick which overlaps there. That's only 3. Fill that in. Go that far. That's filled in, which makes you part of that, and that's empty. That in, that's the 4. The 4 and 1, and that's done, which makes you a 5 like that. That's the 4, that's a 2, that's a 4, that's the 6. That's where a 4 lives right there. Since these columns are filled in, we can say that's a 1. Picross games, nonogram games are numeric stream of consciousness for me. It's like, sacred binaric, but in base 10. I wonder what the blue ones are. It's kind of true. Nine. 5. Filled in 1 and 1 filled in. 2 filled in. 5 and 2 filled in. 1, 2, 2, 5. Wow. Bread. I have played some that are like that. Once you get into 25 and higher, it becomes trying to figure out how the overlaps drop and get enough pieces together to narrow it down. And it takes so much longer. Why is there an unpackaged loaf of sliced bread there? You mentioned it, but I do love the vibe of, and as we know, 1 takes up 2 to 3, Because clearly it does. Wow, this one is super forgiving. Like, it's just handing these out. I guess it assumed I would come right here after I was told to, but that's not how things are going to go down. Does this game think it is? This is presented as an RPG. You told me to go east. I'm going west. It's where the side quests are, game. And 1 and a 2 and a 2. It's part of the 7. Already kind of knew that, but we can bump it over by 2 because of the 1. It's part of the 3. That's a 1. It's filled in. That's a 3. Doesn't tell us anything, but that this does. Can't fit there. 2 can't fit there, which means we can add those and fill in these. That's a 3. 4 is filled in now. That's a 3. Fills in that 2 and a 2. So 1, a 2, and a 3. Kind of like the old Tootsie Roll advertisement. A 1 and a 2 and a 3. And 1. Ah, wet floor. So much progress already. Oh, 15 by 10. Let's see. 9s go out to here. It's 1 and 1 and 1. 12s go out to here. So you're a 2. You're a 3. 2. 2 3s can't live in either of these, but the 3s don't give us any more information in that situation. Okay, so this only gives us 14, but it does tell us we'll get some information out of it. 9 will cover those for sure. There's a 1 on the left, and there's a 2 on the right. This has to be part of the 5. That has to be part of the 4, and that's part of the 4. 3 can't fit there. 3 has to be here. Those 4s extend out like that, and that. And that's a 4. Part of a 2 is there, which means part of a 3 is there. Can close off that. 3 won't fit in this space. 3 has to overlap here, so that's the 3. It overlaps with the 9 in that fashion. 2 has to be partly there. Then that's part of the 3. Close that off. Can't be anything there. 4 is at least partly there. This has to be part of the 4. Same with this. If this is part of a 4, there can't be something there. This has to be part of a 3. Close that off. That makes that the 4. Can't fit here. The 4 has to be to here, so since there is a 1, I can't assume this is part of the 4. But this is part of a 5, so it extends that far. That's part of the 3. There's a 4 part here. It's adjacent to this. That's definitely a 1. Else we got. Since those are 5s, we can close that off. That makes you a 3. This is part of a 5. It goes down that far. This could be a 2. Same way, this could be a 2 or 1. That's a 3. We still can't say anything about those. Oh, wait. This is a 5 and then a 1. It has to be like that. Since this is a 9, this is filled in. So it's 4 and then 9. And since it can only extend 4, that's closed off. That's a 1. Which gives us that space, which is also a 3, which makes you a 1. It's a 1, then the 9 can't fit there. We extend it out to 7, which tells us that was filled in, and that is there. There can be nothing there. Okay. There is a 1, a 2, and a 1. So we know these are both 1s. So if this were a 1, then a 2 and a 1 would have to fit there, which they can't, so that has to be the 2. And since that's a 1, there has to be a 2. 2 can't fit here, it has to be here. This has to be part of the 3, which makes you the 1, closes that off. And if this is part of a 2, then it can't go that far. We knew that because we had 5 there. But I didn't notice. That's a 4. It's already blocked out, so we have that. There's only a 2 here. We don't know where it is. But since that's the 1, that can't be part of the 4. Or the 1 can't be here. That would extend out. That gives us the 9 here, which makes you the 2. Which means the 4 extends up to here, which makes that part of a 3. Since there's a 4 and a 1, this could be the 1. In fact, it has to be the 1, because the 4 can't extend here. So it goes like that. The 2 is over there. That closes that off, makes you a 4 and a 4. So now we have this full row of 9, 10, 11, then 12. Part of the 3, that is a 3, that is a 2. So you have a 3 and a 2, closes that off. This is filled in. So this has to be a 2, which makes you the 3, which makes you a 5. You're a 2, that makes that the 9, closes that off there. Hot dog. It's a twisted-looking hot dog, but sure. That looks like a little bit more normal hot dog. Odd that you would have the hot dog bun on the hot dog roller style mechanism. That in, fill that in. That's the 1. 10 would normally extend all the way down like that. We can just do this. Let's get this side, because that is fully filled in. That, and that, and that. Thinking about it, get those in there. What's the matter, Sky? Huh? Hello. Likely to be a cat on the bed. Let's get that going again. Yeah, there we go. And let's see, that's a 3. Fill that in. That's a 3 and a 3. 4 and a 5. And a 4. And a 3. Oof. Hello, Sherbet. That's an 11 there, and since there's 2 1s, they have to be here. It's filled in. There are 2 1s remaining. They have to be there. That's the 6. There has to be a 1 and a 3, and you have to be a 3. Oh, that one was kind of a gimme. Magazine. Hey, bud. So if Sherbet jumps from one side, he's jumping from lower to higher. It jolts the chair a little. But there's a little canvas bridge to my left. It leads up from the desk to the cat tree. Occasionally, he will go to the highest point of the canvas bridge and leap down to my chair from there, which will make the chair rock substantially. magazine rack. Level up. Let's see. For level 3, we got +2 verisimilitude, +1 resourcefulness, +5 persistence, and we can now understand sarcasm. No. 12s go out to there, 12 goes out to here. And a 1, and a 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 3. 1 and a 4. 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. That's gotta be a 1. Don't know which one that one is. 6 is already filled in there. That's a 2. We don't know if the 2 is above it, though. There's a 6 there, though. Which means there's a 3 here and here. It's the first 2 1s. That's the 4, and there's a 2 down there. Since there's something up here, these have to be the first 2. And that's a 4. So the 5 lives there. And a 2's there, which makes that the 6. Close that off. That's a 1, and that's a 1, so these are the 3's, which makes those the 12's. There's a 1 here and a 1 here. So that has to be filled in. First 2 are those, but we don't know for sure if there's something there, but we do know there's something there. We know that's a 2. There's a 1, but here's the 3. Because the 3 is there, there are 3 1s above it, which makes you a 1. Guessing sodas? Anybody here from a region where it is pop or soda pop? I know that can be contentious. There are also places where it's Coke or Pepsi. You know, a Coke refers to the entire type of beverage. That's filled in. That's a 2. Has to be a 1. 4. Close that out. That's a 2. Close that out. That's the 3. Being very clingy today, Sherbet. Yeah, aren't you? Bit drooly. Jeez. In this game, it's soda. Let's see here. So we have on the right, similar to but legally distinct from Coke, and then I believe 7-Up. The middle one could be Dr. Pepper. The purple one is whatever. Same with the lime one. The one next to the lime could be Diet Coke, since it has silvery with some red markings. No. 6 and 6 and 6 and 8 and a 1. 6 down that has to be where the 6 is. 7 would be here over by that and that. 1 and an 8 is actually foregone as well. 1 and a 1. into 1, into 1. That's a 3. Makes you part of the 6. Nothing there. And into 1. Makes you a 3. That's part of the 8. And what else? That's the 6 right there, actually. So these are both 2s. Doesn't change anything for that. But that's filled in. That's a 4 into 4. That makes you a 2 into 2. Since that's 5, there's nothing there. Something here is 2 into 1. Means there's only 2s left on either side of that, so those are filled in. That's the 5, that's the 6. Since this is 7, there's nothing here, which makes you the 6. Makes you a 2. You're a 2, which blocks this off. Since that's blocked off, that's filled in there. Which makes the 6 go at least this far. That closes that off, makes you a 2. Since this is part of a 2, there's nothing here. Since the next one is a 2, that's filled in. And since there's only one space left, that's where the remaining 1 is. This has to be a 1, which makes you a 2. Close that off. Fill that in. Fill that in. The 2 lives there. That's the 2. This is a 2. That's a 6. That's a 2. That's a 2. Right there. Donut. I haven't seen that color pattern there. Is that a powdered donut dipped in chocolate, or a chocolate donut half powdered or iced in white? I don't like the hard white icing that they tend to put on donuts. No. 5 would normally, 10 would normally go to here, but because we've got 1 filled in, we can go to 6. Close that off, make that 5. Close that off, and that off, and that off, into 1, into 3. That side. So 6 would normally go to here, extend it up by 3 because of a 2. 2 can go there, which makes this filled in. That's a 2. That's the 1. This is a 2. 1 lives somewhere over here. It's part of a 3, fills that in. A 1 could live here, but then this has to be the 2, which makes that a 1. Means the 3 lives over here. This has to be the 2, and that's a 6, which makes you part of the 4, which fills that in, closes this off, fills this whole row, because there's only a 1 there. That can't be the 2 because it won't fit, which makes you a 1, so now the 3 lives here. Which puts a 4 in here, which has to fill up this space. Both of these are 1s. Okay, this has to be a 1, and this is part of the 2. Now we have a 3 in this row of 1, 3, 1, and 2, so this has to be the 3. Because there has to be a 1 before the 2, the only place the 1 can fit here is here. 3 can't fit here, 3 has to be part of that, which fills those in. That also tells us some more about the 10. Because it is 1 space from this, it can extend all the way out to 9 spaces of overlap. So we can get an extra 3, which tells us the 3 is there and that that's a 1. Since this is the 2 in a 1, 2, 1, 2, that's a 1 and that's a 2. Should have been able to tell that sooner, but you know. Okay, so 3 numbers in this one. This one has to be the 1. This is part of the 5. So we have 4 there, and there's 2 spaces left for this one. Fills in that row, or that column. This has to be part of the 3, which means that fits there. This has to be part of the 2, closes that off. This is part of the 3, fills that in, which makes this part of the 3, closes that off. Since this is a 2 and a 3, and we have sufficient spacing, we know that's the 3. This is part of the 2, close all of that off. This is the only place for 2 in that one. Now, since we have 3 divided ones, we can make that part of the 1. That's fully closed off. You're the 3. Which closes all of this off. This was all closed off. That's the 1. That's the 4. This is closed. That's the 3. That's the 2. Let's see. Can't make that judgment. That. This is a 1, that's a 2, that's a 4. That's a 3, the 10 is identified, close that off, and that's the 2. Grapes. Super big chunky pixels, but somehow less chunky than the meme-worthy Endwalker grapes in Final Fantasy XIV. Somehow more curvature here. Just a little bit more and my store is back to normal again. Why is there one bunch of grapes sitting out on a shelf in the middle of those green cartons? Like it was accidentally shipped to them, you know? Okay, the 11 could overlap out to here, but because there was 10 across the bottom, we knew that the 11 would extend all the way down, which identified where that was. This 2, that's part of the 3. We can close all of that off. None of those will fit there. This 15 goes all the way down here. We can identify that these are all 1s, right? Like that. This could be the 1, a 2 could fit after it. Same with this. We can't make judgments about this 2, but we do know that that's a 1 by itself. If this is the 3, then there's no room for the 1 in the 2. If this is the 2, there's no room for the 3. So that's the 1, that's the 2, that's the 3. That was actually foregone. I didn't notice that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's fully filled in. It's a 2, which makes you part of 5. It's part of the 6, extends all the way out that far. The 2 lives here, covers this space or this space. It's right there. And since there is a gap of only 1, that's where the 6 can overlap. 7 in a space of 8 fits like that. 5 overlaps by 2 to give it the 3, same like that. That identifies the 6, closes that off. This means the 6 can extend up here. That identifies the 6, closes that off. Since there's a 1, this is the other 1, like that. Close all that off. Given the number of things left, the 2 has to be there, and a 1 and a 1. That was another one that we knew from the beginning. That's a 1 and a 1, so like that. Close this off. That's a 2, then that's a 2, and that's the 3. Has to be the 4, which means you there. Close you off. This is a... This could be the... This can't be the 4 because there's a 2 there, so this has to be the 4. Closes all of this off, which makes you 2. This is the 5, and that's a 5, which identifies the 3 and the 1. We know where the 7 is now, which means we know where the 2 is. Milk carton. Oh, 15 by 15, okay. Let's go. So 7s don't tell us anything in a 15 by 15, but 11s do. And let's make sure we don't miss any obvious ones. Okay, this is a given. That. Let's see, this makes 12 and 13, 14. Doesn't help us. Well, we'll be able to derive something from it in a moment. This is 7. So it's 7 out from it, which means we know that at 6 out, the 7 stops. This is an 11. So we can go one further because we have that filled in. Steps down there and down there. What else do we know? Now that's part of a 4, and we know that's part of a 3. So that's part of a 3 as well. Enough room for a little bit of wiggle. Okay, 2 4s cannot fit in this upper space or the lower space. So that we know that's a 4. We don't know where the 4 up here is, but we know there's one down here. That has to be part of a 2, that's part of a 4. 5 can't fit there, 7 can't fit there. But 4 and 5 and 3 and 2 and 2 and 2. Okay, 7, it can extend out to 8. These 4s don't overlap with each other, but we can't really say anything about them other than that can't be right there. 5 and a 6, because we now know that it's constrained here. 2, and that's a 4. Which means this is part of the 7. And that there's a 2 at the end, which means you're a 2, and you're part of a 4. Can't judge that yet. We can fill that in. Part of that. 7, we can put 3 here and put those 2s there. That's part of a 4. That's filled in. That's not that, so that's a 2. That can't be filled in there. So 3, 8, 9, 10. 2 can't fit there. 7 can't fit there. 4, so 7 goes out to 3. 3, so 7 goes out to 4. That's a 2. Part of a 4 that extends down to here. If you're part of that, extends out to here. Now we can go to 5, which identifies the 4. You're part of a 2, which identifies that 2 fully. So you're part of a 2, so we can close all that off. So part of the 3 identifies the 7 fully. Could have done that without it, but we didn't. See, we have 9 identified here, but since it's 11, it goes out to 10. That fills in this part right there. That's a 1. Extend that up to 6. Close off these. And a 4. I do. I should probably use it for this whole stream. We also can do angry, powered down, and sad. That's blocked in. That's that. That's that right there. 11 was identified, which means this can go all the way out to 10. Currently at 9, so 10 identifies a 4, which identifies a 2 here. So now we know the 5 lives there. There are 2 1s after it. The only way the 1s will fit is here and here, so that's where the 5 is. That's where a 1 is, and that's where a 3 is. We're playing a nonogram, Karuru. So a great deal of today's stream is going to be me reciting numbers as I identify where they go. Okay, so the bottom one is 8. We know right where the 8 is because it touches the bottom of it, which means we know that partially where that 2 is. There's a 2 here, identifies the 2, identifies the 7 and the 3. Since this is the 2, these have to be 1s. And a 2 and a 1. And those are now filled in. These are both 2s. That's part of a 3. That has to be part of a 3, but it doesn't tell us anything about the 1. There's a 1 here, but we don't know where the other is. This could be part of a 2. So there's way too much space. Hey there, Minty. Welcome. It's a puzzle day. Since this is part of a 2, there can be nothing there. That's part of a 2, which makes you part of a 1, and no, we can't judge the 3 yet. That's a 4. Thing else. There's got to be something else. Like it when you... Oh. 7. This is that off. You can't tell if that's 1, but we know that that's 3 now. We don't know anything about the 2 and the 1 yet. Okay, so if this is a 2, that's the first 2. There's a 2 in this vicinity, a 2 in this vicinity. This can't be the 2. This has to be a 1, which makes you a 2, and there's a 2 living there. This 3 across has to be there, which puts the 1 here. So 3 and a 1 and a 2 closes these, and a 2 and a 2 closes that. We know that this has to be the 2, so there's nothing known in that, or nothing extra in that, which means that's the 2 and that's a 1. This is a 2, the first thing after it has to be a 2. Closes that. That is closed. It doesn't change anything, but it's closed off. There is a 2 here, so that's the 2, which identified that. In that, which that's a 2. Pizza. How you doing, Minty? Oh, and welcome, Karuru. I don't think I said that. So this is Pixel Cross Adventure. it's not really an RPG. You just run around and do stuff. You run around and do the puzzles. There is a story. We are depixelating the world. 2s can fit in all of these. That doesn't actually help us. But only one 5 can fit in each half of this 15. So we know that there's a 3 and then a 3 here. This one we do know, though. So that's a 7 and a 2. This can't be the 2. It has to be the 6. It's 2 and a 7. And a 2 and a 7 and a 2 and a 7. This can't be a 2, so it has to be the 5, and that's a 2. So those have to be the 1s, and this has to be 7. So that's a 1, and that's a 1. But 2 can't fit there. Nothing is here. That's a 3, which makes that the 5. Makes that the 2. Makes that a 2. These are the known 3s. Each 3 is flanked by 2 1s. Makes you part of the 2, which closes that off. This was already closed off. Part of a 2 closes that, pushes the 5 to there, closes that. That's a 2, so it can only be in there, which makes you part of the 5, and that closes that 1. 3s are flanked by 1, so here and here. This is a restroom sign. Unisex bathroom. Thank you so much, Score-chan. You've saved my store. As promised, you can have one of my maps. You found a map. Good-o. Heard good-o before. We use Godot, but not good-o. You can now access it from your in-game menu by pressing Escape and then selecting it. You can jump there directly by pressing... You're using Shift? Okay. I mean, I guess. There is controller support for this. Just wouldn't think that they jumped to using Shift so soon. You travel to each area to uncover it on the map. It'll initially show up as a black and white square. Okay, and then it colors in if you've completed all the puzzles there. Okay. Little checklist. It's a tutorial about it in the library. Great. Come on. This way, sir. No, I don't want to go that way. I want to go the way where I can press all these buttons. Okay, 6 tells us that. This is a known. One and a 1 and 1 and a 4. Those are filled in. That has to be the 2, which fills that in. Those are both 1s. There has to be a 5 in here, which puts that right there, which makes you the 2. You're a 1. Okay. Since this is a 4 and a 1, this can't be the 1. The 1 has to be there then. This is 3. We can't make a judgment about a 3. There are 2 1s, so it has to be like that. 3 can't fit there, 3 fits there. This is a 2. Which makes you just outright a 2. That's a 3. Part of a 2. That's a 2 right there. 6 can't fit there. Fits up here. That's a 2. That's closed. That's a 2. It's closed. Pedestrian crossing sign. No. Full color pedestrian crossing. Ah, okay, no. It's the zebra crossing itself. Just so. No. Air, 10, and a 10, and a 10, and a 7. And 1 and a 7 and a 3 and a 1 and a 3 and a 1 and a 7 and a 3 and a 1. 6. Oh, closed off. Closed off. 2. Ah, light. Like the thing right next to it. And bloop. Very nice. Oh. A lot of little numbers here, so we've got to find the givens. Some of these are close. Ooh. Okay, so a 2 and a 4. 4 goes out to here, then a 1 in a space. That's where the 4 lives. So we can tell this about the 2 and the 3. This is a 2, that's known. One space 1 2 space 1 space 1 2. So there's a 2 here. We don't know which one it is, though. If this were a 1, it would be the end of the chain. There's not room for a 2, and a 1. So that has to be a 2, that has to be a 1. This is close to the end, that has to be a 1. If this is a 2, that has to be a 1, which means you're a 1. This is right at the end, but that could be a 2, and that could be a 1. If this is a 4, that's a 1, which is both of the 1s there. This is the 4, there can be a 1 and 2 here, a 1 and 2 here, making this an overlap, and that a 2. Since this is a 2, there's nothing there, which means nothing can fit here, which makes that the 4, and that a 2, and that's a 2, and that's a 2, and that's a 2, and that's a 2. And there's a 2 here, which makes that a 2, and that one's a 2, so we fill that in. Can't fit anything here or here. That's the remaining 2. There's nothing there. This is that cascade effect you can get with some of them, where it is solving a little bit of it chains out quickly. So this is the only place that can fit a 2 in this row. It has to be there, which makes you a 1. That's part of a 2. There's nothing there, which makes you a 2, and you a 2, and you a 2, and you a 2. That's a 2 filled in. You're a 2. You're a 1. Since that's a 2, it has to be there. And that's a 2, and that's a 1. And since this is a 2, and a 1, that's a 2, and that's a 1. Oh, good times. You're a 2. Close that off. Since you're a 2, that's there, that's a 2 there, close that off, that's a 2 here, that's no 2. And we have a 2 and a 1, that still doesn't tell us anything about it. That's closed off, that's closed off. That's a 1 and a 2, close that off, which makes you the 1, that's the 2. That's a 2, that's a 2. You both 1s, identifies the 2 and the 2 and a 2 and a 2 and a 2. What is this? Flowers. Okay. Ah, okay. They're in a planter. Bloop. Barbershop is called Hair today. Let's go here. 1, 2, 3. Part of the 2, 5 can be here. Just those off. It's part of a 4, so it's like that. That's a 1, makes you the 2. That's the 7, closes that off. That's definitely the 1 right there. We already knew that. Here, 3. So you like that, and you like that. It's part of the 4, which closes this off. So there's a 1 here and a 1 here. Something. Okay, here we go. That, which makes you a 3, and you're a 3. This can't be the 1, it's part of a 3, so that's there. If there's a 1 here, it's the 3 here, makes you a 2, that's a 3. There's a 1 here, so the 3 can extend that far, which makes you part of the 3. So that's a 2, makes that the 5. If this is a 2, well, these all have to be parts of 2s, but because this is here, we have to have this space. We can't start a 2 here, so that's filled in, which makes you part of a 2. There's only a 3 here, but it can fit in either of these spots. This can't be a 1. This has to be part of the 3. A 1 can be in either of these 2 slots. A 1 could be in any of these. So because there is definitely a 1 in one of these, the 3 can only has to overlap here. 5, which makes you here, closes this off. That's part of a 1, closes that off. That's the 3. This is a 2. We do know that there's a 2 here as well, because it can't fit with a 1 up here. This is part of a 2 as well, makes you part of the 5. 3 can still fit in either of those, but there's a 4, which means the 3 isn't there, which means that 3 isn't here, which means it's here. Here, and close that off, and close that off. Fills U, tells us where the 3 is. This is where that 3 is. Row and that row. So you're the 1, you're part of the 3. There are no 4s, so you have to be the 1 and the 3. Closes that off. That has to be part of the 3, closes those, part of the 3. Red flowers. Supposedly a rose. I think there's a name for this, but this is going to be one of those swirly red and white posts. Can't remember if it's actually true, but I believe there was a assertion at one point that the red and white was for unclean bandages, indicating the idea of the barber surgeon. That's a 15. That's where the 6 lives. Closes that off. 8 lives there. This has to be part of a 1. That's part of a 4. Which makes you the 3. Makes you a 1. You're part of a 4. It's a 2 and a 2. Which fills that row in. Which makes you part of a 1. You're part of a 2. Fills this part in. You're part of a 1. You're part of a 4. Fills that in. Part of a 4. That makes you the 1. You're part of a 2. That makes you the 1. Part of a 2. That makes you a 3. 5. Can't gauge that, but that's part of a 3, which makes that part of a 2, which closes that. We can only extend this far, 2 can only go that far, closes that. This is part of an 8, which makes you a 2, and 3 are 1s. Makes this definitely a 1. It's that's a 1, and that's a 1. That 2 is a 1. And that's part of an 8. It's part of 1, that's also part of the 8. What else we got? Plenty of space for 3 1s there. But we know that's a 2, which makes you part of the 2. That's got to be part of a 1. That's part of a 2 and part of a 2. Closes these both off. That's a 4 and that's a 4. So that's identified. That's identified. So we're constrained, but there's still 3 slots for a 1, and there's only 2, so we can't assert anything about it. No, that's a 2 and that's a 1, which means that's a 1. Which makes you that, and you that, and you that. There's only 1s left. That's definitely a 1 then. If that's a 2, then there's nothing here. The 1's filled, so that's a 2 and that's a 2. Nothing can be there because the 4 doesn't extend that far. Still can't judge which one that's in. But we know that's part of a 4. We know that has to be a 2, which tells us where the 4 is. There is now only 1 slot remaining for that 1, which means there can be nothing there. So now we have 2 1s. They have to be here and here. So that, and you're the 4, and you're the remaining 1. That's a 3. Fills in that, and that closes that off. There's nothing here. That's part of the 8. There's 1 slot left. Has to be that. Barber pole. Okay. Bloop. The hardware store is hardware everywhere. No. 9 can go out to here. 9 can go out to here. Fill that in. That's sure a bit jarring my chair. Oop. That's a 10, and that's an 8. 9 goes out at least that far. That's 8, so that's closed. 9 goes out at least that far. That's closed. 2 can't fit here or here. That's a 2. That's the only thing in the row, which fills that. Which makes this have to be a 1 and a 1 and a 1. Close that. It's a 1 and 1. Row ends in 1 here, here, and here. Close that because that's a 2. These are 2s, so there's nothing here, which identifies that whole lot there. That's a 2 as well, so that's a 2. That's a 2, and that's a 2, which closes that and closes that, so the 8 is here, which tells us where the 9s were. Can't pin that, but we can pin this down, which means you're a 2 and a 2. Close, 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 fill in. Okay, so we have a 1, and we could go down to here on space to 4, or up to here to 4. Same pattern here, which identifies a 2 and a 2. judge anything further about that, but we know a 4 fits there, so that fills that in here. So a 2, that's a 2, and that's a 2. Okay, we're missing an assertion somewhere, or a truth somewhere. So we can't judge the 4 just yet. Something we're missing. Really hope we don't have to make a logical leap here. I don't like the nonograms where you have to make essentially a guess. Because given the shape, I would assume that it's like this. Which tells us this, which tells us this. There is one left. That's making a leap, and with a lot of them, it's hard to go backwards once you make a leap, so you end up having to start over if you get it wrong. I may have been missing something, though. Parking sign. No. Still overlap like that, and then 2 over because of the 1. 8s can still extend all the way out to here, which makes you the 4. Closes that off. You're a 5, which closes these off. 4 closes these off. Can't be there. Can't be there. Has to be somewhere in there. 2 there. Closes that, or identifies that. It's a 5, so it has to be like that. Close, 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 and close. This is a 4, which goes to here. It's part of the 9, which goes to that. That's also part of the 9. Judge that, but we can judge this, and this, and this, that. In the 5 just yet, but that's part of an 8, so that's a full 7. Close this. Which means that's a 4, close that. It's part of a 4. This is still part of a 5. That's part of a 4. And that's part of a 4. So it's here and here. And because of that, we know that's a 2. We know that's a 1. So 1 here. There are 2 1s in this row. We know the middle one, but we don't know whether, we don't know whether this is the first or the second one. Okay, this has to be the 2, because if it is the first one, there isn't room for a 2 and a 1. But that doesn't help, because there's a 1, a 2, and a 1 worth of space here. 1 could also live over here. Don't know anything about which the 1 is, but this can't be the 1. This has to be part of the 8. Close that. We can open that. We can close that. So we know that is the 2. We can close that. Makes you the 1. Okay, we know where the 9 is now. 7, 8, 9. This is more about the 5. 3 can't be there. That's the 5, and that's a 4. This would be part of a 4, so that's a 3. Close that. This can't be filled in. Still can't be sure. If this is a 4, that's already filled in. Same way with that. That's filled in, which makes you the 3. All right. Still missing something. That 9 is filled in, which means there's nothing in that 4 makes you the 5. Okay, so let's start filling in bits here. Makes you filled in, makes you a 5, makes you filled in, makes you a 5. Fill that in, that's part of a 4. Makes you and you. So the 8 extends out, closes that off, that's a 5. Oh, okay. It's a handsaw. Neat. Bloop. No. All right. Okay, it's a 6 up 2 because of the 1. That's a 7. 2 because of the 1. It's a 9. Can't do that across that way, but we can tell this. These 2s won't fit in any of that. 4 or a 2 won't fit there. 3 won't fit there. That's part of a 3 that identifies the 9 fully. That's a 3. 4 and 1. We know that won't fit. Nothing is there and nothing is here. This has to be part of the 7. So if this is part of the 7, there has to be a 1 here or here. So that's 6 there. This is part of a 4, but we don't know anything other than that. Space 1, 2, 3, 4 closes that off. Since we have that, we can close that and that. That's a 2, but it doesn't tell us anything else about the row. Or the column in that case. Same way, that's a 2, but we don't know anything else. Other than, actually, that's filled in. Which means we know the 4 and we know the 4. We're close, but we can't be sure about this yet. This row is still a mystery. This could be part of the 4 and still get 2 1s in after it. If this were the 1, then we'd have to get a 4 and a 3 in, which we can't. And this can't be the 4 because there's no way to fit a 3 and a 1, so this is part of the 3. Which means the 1 is here or over here. The 4 is over here. So it's like that, which means you're filled in and you're filled in. 2 can't extend any further. 7 can't fit there. Oh, we already knew the 7 was there, which makes you the 1. That. That is the oops, I was missing something. All right, now this can't be the 4 because no matter what, I can't fit another 1 after it, which makes you a 1. The 4 lives over here somewhere like that. Fills in the 2s. A 4 can't be there. You're part of a 4, and you're part of a 4. So it has to be like this, and this, and this. That's a 2. That extends over 5. It identifies a 2, which it has to be the last 2, because there are only 1 spaces after it. Which, no, like that. So now that 3 covers these 2, which means nothing is there. Doesn't help us with the 6, but we know that there's a 1 here after the 7, which makes it part of a 2, which closes off this, and that's the 1. And we know there's 2 1s in this column. There's space for a 2 and a 1, so that has to be a 1, which fills in the 6, which makes this the 2, and that's a 1, which closes you, makes you the 7. Closes that, makes you the 6. We've identified the 3, that's the 1. Closes that. There's a 1 here, no space for it but that. These are 2s. Closes these, that's the 4, that's a 2. It's an axe. Sammy is on my lap and Sherbet's behind my head. They're both very cozy. Oh, it's hardware everywhere, man. It's the shop. Oh, dang it. I didn't want to do the roulette. Boo. Alright. Anyway, 7 and 2 down. 7. 7 and 2 down. 3 and the 1 can coexist. Space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Things like that. 3 and a 2 cannot coexist, though, within a 5 block. So there's a 3 here, 3 and a 1 can, though. 2s can. 2s can. 2s can. 11, though, in a 15 goes all the way out to here and here. That's a 2. Which means now it can go out to 10. Be like that. No, wait. Like that. Oh, like that. Yeah. 2, 2, that's part of a 3, which closes all of that off. Since this is a 6 and it's only thing in the row, it goes all the way, clears all of this, this, and this. We now know that the 7 is there. That, and that puts the 1 here. That's part of a 3, and there's nothing else. 2 can't fit there, there, or there, and 2s can't fit here. Makes you a 3. Makes you the 2. Then that's 6 here, which means there has to be a 1 there. Close that off, that's the 2, that's part of the 5 then. That's a 3. That's a 2. So this has to be part of a 3. We go there. That's part of a 2, that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 2. There's nothing else there. You're part of a 3, you're part of a 1. This ends in a 2 and a 1, which is that one and that one. Same here. This is 14, which I should have noticed. That goes all the way over to the edge. Which now we still have 6 here. So we already knew part of that. So if that's a 2, there would be a 1 here and a 2 here. So also 1s closes all of that off. Is this a chainsaw? Closes you. Let's see, that's 5. Know that that's a 1. Which closes you. This ends in a 1, closes that. This is a 6, which we can now fill in, which closes the 7. Can't Can't say anything else about that just yet. But we do know that's closed as well. Just like that one. So let's see. We have one of the ones filled in. There's 4 left, and there's 4 slots that ones can fill. So that one, that one, that one. Closes all of those. There's a 1 left here. That's the 1. That's the 11. Then that's a 1. Definitely chainsaw. It is fun what happens when you fill in the colors in these. I have played ones where they fill in the colors and it's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Cool. A Score Studios branded chainsaw. That is pretty great merchandise. That is her little emblem, her face, and then Gig's face. Can't imagine for a second that anybody would mind it at all if I were to just borrow this chainsaw for a little bit. And she did. She took the chainsaw. Right, I don't have the level for that puzzle. Some of these other ones that we can do. Close that. Normally 12s would go all the way out to here, but we can bump that up by 1, which makes you part of the 5. Closes this off. Same with you. Quit chewing that cable, Sammy. No. But I really want to chew that cable. You a 3, you a 2, and you are a 6. Sorry, and a 1. 3, you're a 2, you're a 6, and you're a 1. Oh, those were givens. 3, 2, 6, 1. And a 12 and a 1 takes the same pattern as that. That's blocked off. That one, that one, and that one. Also blocked off, which means that can't be there. The whole thing is blocked off here. Which means you're a 3, a 1, and a 2. Since this is bigger than 1, a 1 won't fit next to it, so there has to be a 1 here. Which means there's nothing there, which means that is the 7. 2, and you're a 1. You're a 1, and you're a 2, and a 2. Is that the 2? That's a 2. This is where the 5 is. It's a 1, and that's a 3. That's definitely a bollard, and that's all it ever looked like. Positioned in a place where a bollard would probably never be. Or at least never be by itself. 10s go across like that. 11s go across like this. It's part of a 3. We can't do anything with parts of 3s. We can do things with 2s here. Like that. Any that add up to 15 lurking around? No. Not just yet. Okay, if this is a 3, then a 1 and a 1, then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 4, 5, 6. Then a 1 and a 1 and a 3. Forgot. Top to bottom is not 15, it's 14. So we're able to fill that in, which means that's part of the 7. We got a boat going here. Those are part of the 3s. That's part of a 3. That closes that in, identifies all of the 3s. Makes you part of the 6. 6 and 7 and 4. It's part of 1. Means the 6 is isolated to up here, which means we can fill in 5. Makes you part of the 5. There can be nothing here. You're part of a 3. There can be nothing here. In. Else do we know? We know this is part of a 5. We can close this off, which means a 5 can't fit there. We can identify that the 5 has to overlap here. That makes you part of a 1, or you are a 1. This is a 7, so it can't be anything here or here. 5 can't fit in that, so now we know that there's a 5 here. So we know there's 1 and a 2. This has to be part of the 3 because there's no room otherwise. Fills that in. Now we have 8, 12, fills this in. 5 can't be there. 5 has to be around here, which makes you a 2 and 1 and 2. Makes you a 3. That's part of the 11. 8, 9, and 10 for the space for it, which bumps this up, and that's a 1. So then we know that's a 2 and that's a 3. We know that's a 3 and that's a 2, which means that's the 3. Closes that. And we don't have any space for the 3 to be anything other than there. Closes that. That's the 5. That's a 2. And that fills in this whole space here. If that 3 is here, then the 11 is here, identifies that 3. And there's only room for the 3 here, identifies the 5. There's nothing else up here. That's a 2. If this were a 2, it wouldn't fit any 1s, so that has to be the 1. The 2 is somewhere in here. There's no 1 already. We have the 5 here. The 1 can be here or here, which extends the 5 out to this, which means the 2 can be here or here, which makes that a 2, part of the 2, and that must be a 1, because that's only 1s left in that column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Since there's a 1 somewhere in here, that forces the 5 to be in this range. What's the matter, you? Huh? What's the matter? So there was 1 space, which means the 7 has to extend all the way out to here. This can't be the 1. It's part of the 5. Like that. We don't know where the 1 is, though. Do you know we can close all of this now? Close that. The 3 can't be here. The 3 has to be somewhere up here. 1 could still be anywhere. No, this is the 5, which means this is the 2, which means that row is filled. Quit chewing that cable. 3 lives somewhere in here. That identifies the 5, and the 2 closes that off. This has to be part of the 3. Opens that up. This is part of the 3. Opens that up. This is now has to be 4. This is part of the 3. Closes that off. Makes you the 1. Closes all this off. Since this is part of a 5, it has to go at least this far. This is a 5, which makes you the 1. 3 closes that. That's part of the 7. Closes that. It's this whole row identified. This is closed off, which makes you a 3. Makes you a 5. Makes you a 1. Makes you part of the 5. Closes that. Takes that. We now know where the 2 is. Closes that. We know where there's a 1. It wasn't a boat. It was a fountain. Shows what I know. I mean, I guess it wouldn't have been a boat here on land, but It was initially boat looking. Full 15 by 15. No. No. 8 is there. 9 goes to that far. 12 goes to this far. 11 normally goes to here, but it can be bumped to the left a little bit. 12 and 2 is a given. Is that a 3? That's part of a 2. Doesn't tell us anything further. 3, 2, 2, and 2. 3, 3, 5. That off, and that 2 closes all that off. That's a 1 and a 1. Okay. We'll be able to infer something from those, but we can't be certain of it. We do know, though, that this has to be the 5. So there's only one left, and we've already got a boundary defined. This is part of a 3. It's the only thing left. Fill that in. It's part of a 3. A 2 could live here. Same with this one. This has to be a 3, though, which means that's part of a 3, which means that's part of a 3. 2s could live over here. Can't judge anything else, but a 2 and a 2 can't coincide with a 3. So there's a 2 and a 3 here, which makes you a 2. This was the 2, then we could space out and do 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. There could be a 1 here, which would make this part of the 5. So we can't assert anything about that. 2 and a 2. So there's at least a 1 over here. This has to be a 2, though. Which one it is, I don't know. That has to be a 1, which makes you a 2, which makes you a 1, and that's a 2. So that's 1, a 2, and a 2, and you're a 3. So since there's 1 here and there's no 4, that has to be a 3, and that's a 2, and that's a 1. Which makes you a 2, which closes that off. Now if this were a 1, it could be a 1, a 2, and a 1. So we don't know which one that is, but we do know that. Which closes this off, so now we know that's a 2, and if that's a 2, that's a 1. Which makes this a full 5, which we close off, and use that, which we close off here. And we know that, which means we don't care about that one anymore, and that's a 2, which we know that's a 3, and that makes that a 3, and that makes this a 2 and a 2. That becomes a 2. And that is still a 1. And then this one is a 2. Some sort of vehicle. Is it like a scooter? This could be a 1 and then a 2, or a 1 and then a 2, so we can't assert that, but we can assert that 8 lives there and that the 7 doesn't fit there, and that the 9, the 2, the 2, the 2 don't fit there. Which means we know where the 9 is. It is here. We know that there are no 3s in this row, so that has to be a 2 and a 1. We do know that there's a 4 as the first number, so this has to be part of a whole block. That's part of the 7. We know that's a 2 and a 2, and we know that that must be a 5 as a result. Same with that. We know that there's nothing here. We know that that starts with a 4. That was a 2, and that there's nothing there, which makes you a 2 and a 2, and mark that off. This 12 is currently 7, 10. So we have to extend it to 11 to be able to fit properly in that space. There's nothing here. There are 2 1s, but they can't be here, so they're here and here. And then that's filled, so it has to be there. Ah, front or back of a police car. Depending on if those were considered, okay, they were considered the headlights. We don't have everything here yet. Still can't get that. All right, for these. See if we can bump out a level yet. No. Yep. 10 is filled in. We know that the 7 would normally go out to here, but it's extended up by 1 like that. 6 go out to here. Those are known. 6 would normally be here, but it's going to be bumped up like that because it's a given. Nothing there. Three could live here. That has to be part of the 4. That has to be part of the 2, but we can't make any other assertions. There is a 2 here, though. 1, 2, space 1, 2. So it has to be like that. Now we have a problem. That can't be right. Normally a 7 would be like that, and then it would bump up 2. Okay, because the 7 can't extend down 1 without becoming an 8, that's where it lives, and that's where the 6 is as a result. Those are filled in. So there can still be a 2, and a 2. That's part of a 4. Close that off. That's part of a 3, so we can close those off. This is done, and done, and done, and a 2, and a 2. Part of a 4. 2 has to be somewhere in there. Close those off, and that's a 1. Those are 2, so there's nothing there, which means the 1 is there. That's a 2. Now a 1, and 2 open spaces. Close those off. That's the 2. That's another 2. That is a 2 as well, and that's a 3 and a 1, and that's a 3. That's a 2. You a 2, and that's a 2. Is a basket. Apparently a picnic basket. Now, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is a given. This is a 10. That fills in here. Six, fill that in there. There's nothing there. It's part of a 3. Or part of a 5, I should say. Those are parts of 2, so there's nothing there. Okay, 7s, that's another given. This is part of a 5. It's a known. That's part of a 1. It's part of a 2. So now we have a 4. There's nothing here like that. 2s can't fit there. So now we need 4 more to make it 9. 1, a 1. Then this is the 1, and that's a 4. Makes you a 1 and a 2. Those are both 1s, which means you are the 3. And that means you are the 10. You're a 2. Close that off. Close this whole mess off here. What else we got? Normally a 7 wouldn't fill, but we can say 1 space, 1 space. So a 7 would go 6 down to 7, up 3. This could be part of a 2. So we still don't know. This could be part of a 4, and there could be a 1 here, so we don't know. But this is more than 1. So it has to be part of the remaining 6, and that's the 1, and that means that's the 6. These are 2s. That's a 1. This is part of the 6 there. That's part of a 5, so it extends out. That must be part of a 2. Now we know where the 3 is. Close that off. Move this out. There's a 3 there only. No, there's a 5 there only. That's also part of a 3, but there is a 2 around. So maybe that's part of a 4, but it has to go at least that far. We know where 1 is. This can't be the 2, because then there wouldn't be space for 2 1s, so that's a 1. This is part of the 6 still. Yep. Filled in. This is the first set, and so it has to be the 5, which makes you the 2, and the 4, which makes you a 4. Nothing there. That's a 4, that's a 2, fills in the rest of it. Okay. This ends in a 3. Closes that off. That is now part of the 6 only. This extends this out, closes this row. That has 2, so that's part of the 4, which makes you the 1, which now we know where the 6 is. So we have a 5, nothing could be there. Row ends in a 3. That's that case, so those are where the 2s are. Or that is where the 2s are, which means that. So now we have a endpoint on the 7. Move that out, identify those, close that, in that. We now know that's the trailing 3, and that's the 4. This 5 is identified, which identifies that 3, closes that. That must be a 2. Since this is part of 4, we extend it out, open that up. That's part of a 2, and that's part of a 2, and that's part of a 4. Closes that one off. There isn't room for a 2 after this if that's the 1, so it has to be a 2, and that's the 1. It's part of a 3, fills that in, that's the 2, that makes you a 1 and a 2. That's a 5, closes that off, and there's a 1 here, so that's the 3. Some sort of fishing sign or a fisherman, fisher person. Okay, wow. So when the villain got hit, they just turned monochrome. But apparently people can be sent into that horrible black abyss state. Welcome back to reality. Thanks. Wait, what? I put you back together after you got zapped by that metal menace that's been going around zapping people. You did? It did. You didn't notice? I bet you were napping, weren't you? Yes. Starting to see the appeal of fishing. Ah. Wow. Let's normally extend out to here. But because that's already filled in, we know it can extend out that far, which makes this part of the 4. Similarly, this one. That has to be with a 1, which makes you part of the 6, which does that, which makes this the 4. This has to be a 1. This has to be a 2, which means that's the 3 and that's the 1. This is a known pattern. It's the 6, there's nothing there. That must be a 1, so we know where the 6 is. So we filled in the 8s. There's a 2 there. That has to be a 3, which identified the 6, but it was already effectively autofilled. It's part of the 3, so that's a 6. There can be nothing here or here because the 7 can't go any further. That has to be a 3 because it's touching the edge, which means that's the 7. We still don't know if this is a 1 or part of the 4. Since this is 5, it can only go 1 further to be a 6. We can close that off. We know that there are only 2 pieces. That means that's the 1 and a 3. This is probably a fish. Since there's no 5, this has to be part of the 4 like that. We still only have 9 here. That's a 4 and that's a 3, and that's all sealed in now. That, so that's a 9, and that's a 4. Fish. Fish hanging out near the bobber. Don't have enough XP yet to tackle that one on the right. Ah, okay. Go inside. This is the library. Set timers. Puzzles that take more than an hour to clear won't be counted towards your game completion percentage. Autocorrect. Oh, okay. Vibration on move, cursor speed. Settings, puzzle settings. Do not ask about clue roulette. Fill 0 lines, autofill completed lines. We don't really want to loop. We don't need sound on movement or vibration on movement. Enough. Story mode for the monochrome. Sky. Oof. Oh. Random theme. It sounds neat. Accessibility options. Hold. Okay. There we go. Now we're not going to accidentally use the roulette. Not sure if I like the random, but we'll find out. here has to be there. Can't be there. Doesn't really help, though. 7 would be like this and gets bumped up 1. Like this, bumped up 1. Okay, I like that. Like that a lot. Little auto-completion of blanks. Nope, nope, nope. These, though. Or it's A2. It's U a 2. A 2. And making a guess. Book stamp. Plenty of libraries have moved over to a barcode system as opposed to the checkout card. And 8, 6, and 3. And a 6. That makes you a 1 and a 2. 3, you're part of 2. So that's there. That's the 5. 3 and a 3. That's a 1, which makes that there. 3 has to be up here, but we can't speak to the other. So that makes you part of this 8. Makes you part of the 6. 2 can be here or here. Makes that part of the 5. Closes that. Since there isn't a trailing 3, that's 1 and a 2, and 1 and a 2, and 2 1s. That must be a 3. That's that off. Those are closed off. That's a 2 and a 1. That's a 2 and a 2. 3, still don't know. But since that's closed off, it's like that. 2. It's a 2. It's to be a 2 and a 2. 3, so that's 5. Closes U. That's a 6. Part of a 5, so it has to be like that, and then that, and then that. I have no idea what that is. Ah, okay. Yeah, sure. Looks like it would be a person or a stepladder. It's 9 and 10, so 7 and 2. It's a 10. Then a 4 and a 4 on a 10 by 10 looks like that. 1 and a 1 and a 3. And a 1 and a 2 and a 2. And a 1. That 1, 2, 2, so that. So we have a 6 up here, so that has to be the 1. It's fully filled in. Closes that. Of a 5 known. There's a 3 lurking here, so it's like that, and that, and that. Can't be there. 2 has to be there, which makes UA2, so there's nothing there. That has to be a 1 by itself. There has to be space for a 1 here and a 1 there, so that one's filled in. That's the 3. This has to be a 3 and a 1, so that's a 1 here. Which makes that the 3. Which means we have a 1, 2, 1, like that. It's a 2 there, which makes you a 4. That's a known 3, which makes that a 3. I set it to random, but it's doing Metal Menace pretty much constantly. Libby. Libby the librarian? Haha. Thanks, Scorchan. That was freaky. This robot thing just burst in here with a weird laser and zap. Everything went skiwiff. Is it skiwiff? Everything went black and white and then all pixely, and then the next thing I know, you're here. Hey, Libby, no problem. What did this robot thing look like? She looked a bit like you, but all metal. Hey there, Lore. How's it going? Like you, but metal. So devastatingly cute is what you're saying. Just brushing right past that. I'm so happy you saved me. If there's anything I can do, let me know. Except perhaps canceling all your late fees. That might bankrupt us. No. No chewing on that cable. And they're all being a nuisance in regard to that power cable today. That's fair, I guess. The professor told me I need a logbook. Do you have one here? I have one on my desk somewhere. If you find it, it's all yours. Thanks again. And then she slow walks out. All right. 9... 14, 9, 9. Yeah, so that's 9. 2 can't be there. So 4. To fix that. It's part of a 5, and that's a 1. 2 and a 1. Thus a 4 and a 2. And a 2. And you. Makes you a 4, and you part of a 4. You're a 2 and a 2 and a 2 and a 1. And a 1 and a 4. And a 1 and a 1, and a 2 and a 2. This be our logbook? It is. You found a logbook. You can check all your previously cleared puzzles and even replay them. Winning the game. Puzzle logbook. Puzzle types. Secrets. You don't need to clear all puzzles. Things you can pick up, routes you can open, sparkly objects. Advanced tactics. This is what I was showing you guys earlier. Similarly, okay, here's an advertisement for a prior game. similarly. A lot of light motes in this library. Hardware Everywhere Man is closed until further notice due to all this pixelated chaos going around right now. I can't handle that one still. Yep. They are only level 3. Went in there. Oh, never noticed there was a boot on this. We can go up that way, but still curious. Can I chainsaw this? I can. Why don't you use this chainsaw to clear away this tree so we can pass? I'd do it myself, but, well, I shouldn't really be using any chainsaws since that one time. You remember, the incident. I'll just have sit over there and oversee your work. I do have the sound effects and the music off for those that might be wondering, because there is no volume sliders in this, and it is super loud. I can control the music enough, but I don't want to play the music, leaving the sound effects, which are just like clicks and ticks, you know. Nice work. Now we can go into the forest and see if there's any damage there we need to fix. I do like how we just straight up stole that chainsaw. Goes up to here. This is over. He goes out to here. This across to here. 6. Oh, definitely not going to use monochrome going forward. It is harder to look at. Definitely part of a 3. That's part of a 4. That's part of a 4. That is the 4. So you're a 5. 1. That. It's you the 8. This can't be a 1, and there's only 2s and 3s here, so it has to be a 3. There are no 4s, so this has to be a 3 and a 2. So it'd have to be like this. This wouldn't be able to fit there or there. Would have to fit there anyway. That is the limit of how far an 8 could go, which makes that the 6. That's a 3 and a 4. This is part of a 4, which fills that in, which makes this part of the 4 here, limiting that. 5, you're part of a 2, you're 1 and 2. You're a 1 and a 1. It's a 2, making that part of the 4, so you're a 3 and you're a 6. This is part of a 4, so it's at least this 2. Let's see, we have 4, 9, 10, 11. That can't be there. Makes you a 2. So that has to be a 4, and that has to be a 3. That's a 1. There's a 1 here and a 1 here because it's the only way it would fit. That's a 2, that's a 4, this is a 2. 3 and a 3 and a 1. And a 3 and a 1. That was actually one we could have filled in from the start. This one is close. So we do that and that. That and that. Makes you a 4 and you're a 1. 9, that's not there, so that's here, and that's there, and that's there. And there, and there. A pine cone, okay. Yeah, sure. Options, theme. Let's get that monochromatic out of that loop. Same way with that. Still has a distinct line. Same with that one. Okay. Out of there, get that 15 out of there. 9. One and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 6 and a 1. So the 10 would be like this, and then 2, 3, 4. You're definitely a 1 and 1 and a 1 and closed off, and part of a 4, part of a 5, and a 3, 6. This has to be part of a 4. The 3 lives over here somewhere, but we can't tell where. It's definitely a 3. Now we know where the 3 is. It's a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 4. So you're part of a 4. You're part of a 7. Gives you a 2, and like that. And that's a 2. Gives you part of a 3. 4 and a 2 can't fit there, which means the 4 touches here. This for the 7. It's a 2, part of a 4. This is a 1, so this is part of an 8, like that. So part of a 4. It's a 3, and then a 1. There's a 5, has to be like that. And then a 3 here. Mess something up. That. That, and that, and then that. Mushrooms. Oh dear. Bronze cup. I guess that's, 50 puzzles apparently. Alright, 15 by 15. Is there anything we can force here? There, or there. There. There's an 8 in this one, so we can say this, and then it is shoved to the right by 4. This is a 5. We can extend it up to that. 4 we can't. Can't tell about that one. Five and 4 don't tell us anything. 6 and 3 don't. 7 is close, so 7 goes out to here, and 1, 2, and like that. Makes you part of a 4 and a 4. That's a 3 and a 3. 6 and 4 don't. be like that. Actually, I don't think we can make that judgment call to 7 to here. Yeah, I think we can, actually. This can't be part of the 4. It has to be a 1. This has to be part of a 5, but it doesn't change anything about the row. Do anything with a 1 and a 5. Six, 7. Okay, as far as we can go there. That's a 3. That's a 3. That's as far as we can go with it. All right, let's say 4, 4, 1, 2, 3. So that and no. 4. Yeah, it has to be like that. Good. It has to be a 1 and 1. That's part of a 3, so we can close that off. 6 still doesn't tell us anything. We know for sure that's the 2, so we can close that. The 3 has to be up here, because only the 2 and the 5 can fit down here. So the 3 is like that. Hello, Sherbet. So then we have a 1 and a 2 and a space and a 5, and the 2 is like that. Still can't make any further judgments about this. This could be the 3 or a 1 and a 3. Part of a 3, part of a 3, part of a 2, so we can close that. This is part of a 3. This could be part of the 4 or the 2. But this one's part of a 5, because a 5 won't fit here. This is the 3, then a 5. Okay, we can't be sure there. Same with that. We know this has to be part of the 7, so we'll close that up. That is closed. Because the 4 can't reach it and the 5 can't reach it. So we can make that part of the 7, which this could be part of the 5 and there could be a 1 over here, or this could be a 1, and a 5. No judgments yet. Still can't call this one. But since it's 6 now, we can close this. We could have 1, 2, 3. Or 1, 2, 3. Same with this now. Like that. Now we have 6 here. Doesn't close anything further off, though. So if this is 1, 2, 3, then we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. Or we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that, because this has to be part of the 2, and we can actually close that. This is 6, which means that can't be filled in, which means that and that can't be filled in. Now we know where the 8 is, like that. Close 3. We know where the 3 is, so now we can add that further. The 1 is here or here. The 6 is now in one of these 2 places, which means this is part of the 5. Since we know where the 4s are, we now know where the 3 is. This can't be the 3, so these are the 2s. Close that off. That's a 2 and a 2. And we close that, so then the 4 extends this far, which means the 3 can go this far. This has to be part of the 7. This has to be part of the 5, which means there's nothing up here. It's part of a 3, which means 5 covers that. This must be part of the 4 then, and a 3. So this is part of the 6. It goes up to here, but not up to here. This is the 7. We still can't make further judgment about that row, or that column. 3, 4, 2. We're still good there. Okay. These are the rightmost 2. This has to be part of the 5, and these are the ones. Since that is the 6, there has to be a 1 down here somewhere. So that could be 1 in a space and 5. Or 1 here, and it could go this further. This much further. Okay, this has to be a 4, which means this is the 1 and this is the 3. This 4 can be pushed over because we now only have 1 space. Since this ends in 7 and we've blocked this off, we can close here and extend this up to 6, which identifies the 4. And since we know this is 3, we can narrow that down. There's a 5 in here, so it can't fit there. It has to be part of this. These 3s are identified, which means there can't be one here. 5 is identified. That's good. Since this is a 5, we can go out that far, which identified the 7 and the 6. 4, and now we know where the 5 lives. I think we knew that a little before, but no. Still part of a 5, can't stretch it further, but we can add this. Because we know that we only had 1 space there, so we can stretch it further. Can't be there, that's the 5. Which narrows the 3 down further. That's a 5, which narrows the 3 down further. This 3 has been identified. 6 can extend out. We've identified the 4. Since this is the 5, we still have these slots here. We know this is a 5, so we can close that. We know that's a 5, so now we know where the 1s are. We can close that. We have 3 1s identified and a 4. So we can close that, puts the 1 here. Five and a 1, 7, 5, 4. Still can't pin this one down any... Oh, no, wait. We know it's a 7. Locked in. We have a full 7 identified. Which makes this a 3. Now we know that the 3 is here. We can close these. Close the 7, but that doesn't change anything about it. There's a 3 there. We know this is the 6, which means this is the 1. Something else we... Oh, this is messed up. This row is wrong. It ends in 5, so it has to be... Yeah, here we go. Close that. And... Oh. That. That one. one, that one. It's like a fox or something. Perhaps cat? Unclear. All right, what kind of critter is this? A fox. Okay. All right, had a mistake there, but we recovered. All right, a little more straightforward. Start on this side. Get the obvious ones out of the way. Or the simplest ones out of the way. And then like that. That. Okay, so this ends in 5. That's closed off. Which makes that part of the 8. It's now part of the 2, so that's a 5 and a 6. Can't go any further than that. Makes you a 5. Bumps out to there, to 3, closes that. Knew that was the 2, but that makes this part of the 5 and that part of the 6. Close this out, that's 4 and 5, and that one goes up to 6. Which means that can't be part of the 5, which means the 5 is over here, which makes you a 4 and you a 4. And let's see, 7, we can extend out to 8, closes that, which means it can't be there. We already knew closer to where it was. So this is 6. The 7 can't go that far either. So that's 6, 7, 8. Identifies the 9 fully, but we'd already done that. 3, that makes you a 2. And we have 5. We can extend out to 6, which means it can't be there, which makes you a 2. Closes that 5, but we've identified where the 5 is, and also the 6 as a result in this 4. This 4 is already identified, which closes the 9, which closes the 5. We also have a 2 here. Now that we know where the 2 is, this has to be the 4. That and that. This 5 extends up. 2, that identifies the 5, identifies the 13. Extend the 6 out. Berry bush. Nice. All right, what absurdity do we unlock this time? Let's see. Irascibility +4, orangeness +4, militancy +2. You now no longer blush when telling obvious lies. Special powers. Alright, let's get the obvious ones out of the way once again. Oh. All right. Anything adds up to 10 already. No, not not seeing any freebies. Alright, so this can't be the 2, it's part of the 4, which makes that part of the 1. That's the 4, then this is a 1 and 1. Thus, this is the 4. That's a 4, there's nothing down here. If this is a 5, there's something there, but nothing here. 7 is still filled in. It's part of a 6, but there's at least a 1 here or here, so there's a 5 there. Since this is now 2 of it. This is closed enough for us to say that's the 6. If this has to be part of the 5, because it can't fit over here. So we have 3 here, which means there's 2 1s and a 1 over here somewhere, but that doesn't change anything just yet. Then what else we got? You are part of a 6. We can do that, which closes that chunk off there. 2 over here, can't discern anything about that, but you are the 6, which makes you a 1. That has to be a 1, because this is part of the 7, so like that. Let's just extend that out, and since there's a 1 after the 7, that's got to be there and there. And the 2 overlaps here, which lets us block off or the 3, and that won't fit there. And a 6 won't fit there, and a 2, and a 2, and a 2, and a 2, and a 2. So then we have 7, so we do 5, which makes you part of that 7 there, you're part of that 5 there, you're the 4, you're a 2, and you're a 2, and thus you're a 6, and that's a 3, which makes you the 1, you the 3, and you're the 6. You're a 2 and 1, and a 1 and a 3. It's a 5 and then a 1, so a 5 and then a 1. Bracketed, closed, and close that off, which makes that the 1 and the 6. There's a 2 living there, which makes that the 3. This has to be the 6, closes off another. There's 2 left, that and that. Then this has to be the 2, which makes you the 3, and you a 3. And that a 6. A tent. Okay, so we're going to see at least a campfire, and likely a camper here. All right. 15 by 15. So an 8 goes here, but it's going to get bumped up by 3 for the 2 and 2 for the 1, which this gets bracketed right away. Then an 8 here as well, which does that. So we have 6 on this side and 6 over there. A full 15 goes over like that. So we can say 3 and 2 and 2 and 1 and 1 and 1. 2 and 2 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and then 7. 3 and 2. This is wrong. There we go. All right, we have a 2 and a 1 on the edge, which means there's 2 2s in the middle. This one's a 3. This one's a 1. And this one's part of a 6, which we can extend out to here, and that means there's a 2 over here, which is a 1 in that direction. This row only contains 2, so 1 slot does nothing. 3 and 7, so 7 and then 3. This is part of a 3, so there's nothing here. This is another 1. So there's 4 that lives there. That's a 2. That's a 2. Like that. 2, but it doesn't help us. This could be part of a 5 or the 2. Now that we've identified that there was a break right there, we can extend this out to 5, which closes this in. It could still be a 2 here, but this is definitely a 3, which makes you a 2, which makes you a 2 and a 1. That's a known 2 now. Good, good. That makes you a 1 and a 1. That's a 2, so that has to be a 1, but which one? Close that in, so we're going to go from 5 to 6, 7 here. This now has to be part of the 3, which means that's a 1. Like that. There's a 2 here and a 5 here. This has to be part of the 2, because if it's part of the 5, there's no room for a 2. Like so. This is part of the 1, so we extend that out. You become a 2. You are a 2, but we can't make any other assertions after that. Similar. There can't be a 2 here, and since there's 2 2s remaining and we have 5, they have to look like that. So 2, a 1, and then a 3. So the 2s can fit somewhere in there. We know where the 8 is, which means we know where the 1 is now. So the 6 lives further, so we can narrow that. This is part of a 3, which means that's part of a 1, or that is a 1. Closes that. Okay. The only place that a 5 can fit is right here. Makes you part of a 2 and you part of a 2. That makes you part of the 4. There's 1 up here and there's a 1 somewhere in these. Still more assumptions we can safely make. This has to be part of a 5. If it were to go this way, it would become a 6. So that's a 5. That's a 1. Close that. We still can't do anything with this row or this row. We do know that this is a 3 now. Which closes that whole chunk. We know that that's not, can't fit a 2. So we can do that. So we know that. Now we know there are no 3s, so that's the 1 and the 2 there. So we have a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 3. So a 2. There's a 1 somewhere in here. That's a 2. And that's a 2. There's 1 up here somewhere. It's the only place a 2 can fit. There's a 1 in this row. It's there, and a 1 in this row. Campfire. We have ignition. 15 by 15. All right, let's get the easy bits out of the way. Pushes that one down by 3. 9 goes all the way out to here normally. It gets pushed to the right by 2. 8 by here to 3. Okay, that's all of the immediately straightforward parts. We can infer something from this, at least a little. So 1, 2, 3, 2 space 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 lives about there, which makes these that. And that's the 11. Oh, we could have marked the 11. All right, there are 3 1s at the end. So at the very least, these 2 are 1s. We know that this is part of the 4. If this is part of the 4, this has to be part of the 2. There's no room otherwise. Makes that part of the 4. Makes that a 1. So 1 and 1. Okay. This has to be part of a 3. Don't know where the other 3 is yet. There's a 5 somewhere around here, which makes you part of the 5. There's a 2 around there. What else? What else? 2 has to live... Okay, there's a 2 up here, but this has to be part of the 3. There are 2 1s above it. So this definitely, then this, then this. So now there's a 1, then a 2. Has to be here. 2 can only fit down here. Ultimately, the 3 could only fit here. So that closes you. You are part... This could be part of the 5. This could be a 1. We are uncertain. Part of a 3. This is part of a 2, so there can't be anything here, which extends us down a little bit. Actually, we haven't taken a break all stream yet. We're going to do that now. Be right back. And we're back. Realized I was sitting at this, ruining my time rating. changed about the 8 with that. If this is the 2, then we would have to do 1, 3. So this has to be part of the 3, which means 1 and 2 live down here. This has to be a 3, which blocks that in, which means that the 8 is like that. That and that. Now we've identified where the 3 is, which closes all that up. We can identify a 1. There's a 3, a 1, and a 3. Closes all that. All of these block the 3 fitting. It's a 2 and a 1, and thus the 5. This is a 3, which means we can identify that nothing can be in those spots. This has to be a 4, and there's a 1 between it, so it's like that. Which further narrows that 3 down. As part of an 8, we can extend that up. This is a 3. We can now extend it down. This is a 4. Extend it down. Identify the 1. A lot of 1s here. Else, what else? Oh, okay. We've isolated this now. So that's the 5 and the 1. Which further brackets these. They can't be here either, because they won't fit. Which tells us where the 8 is. And knowing further, we've got that, and we've got a 4, which makes you a 1. This is a 5, which makes you a 2, which identifies the 3. There are 4 known 1s in 2 slots. And we have 6 1s, so that and that. And thus this and this. Like that. That's a 5. And else. 3 and a 3 and a 3 and a 3. So 2 here. So you part of the 5. So that. This has to be, we've always known that's a 1. Well, I should have always known that that's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 1. Narrow those 3s down. We can expand this 5 out. Close these. Identify this 5 fully. Close that. This is a 1, then we would have a 1, 2, 3, 2. It can all still fit in there. So 1, the only place a 5 can fit is here. Okay, that's a known 5 then. This is blocked off. Oh, but that's wrong. Oh, that's right. That's a 4. This is still fine. This is still fine. The 1. Then a 5. We're going to go a little longer, probably another 30 minutes-ish. Cooked pot. On a stick. Or what's cooking? Bean stew, never mind. Bean stew would be tricky. I mean, there are some kind of beans that would survive it. There are some kind of beans that would start to turn to mush. Some nice stuff with kind of chili style beans, you know? 2 and 1, 2, 3. And let's see. This one does the same thing. As you and you. 12 would normally do this in a 15 by 15, but we're constrained a little further. 7, 8, 9. And 11. So no, all of this is a 1. This is a 3, though, and that's a 2. Bit of asymmetry here. That's a 2. That's a 1, which makes you part of the 3, which makes all of you part of the 11. We're now a known 2. 4, 1, to 1s, into 4, into 2. Now we know that that's the 7. We know that these are 2s. Some sort of lantern, I guess. Okay, 12. We know that these are connected as part of the 12. We have 9 identified, needs to be like that. One and 2 can still fit. 2 can't live there, though. Same with 2s. With other 2s. Since these are 3s, we can extend them out just so. Makes that a 2. Closes that. That can't be a 2. 2 is just somewhere in there. That's where the 7 is in this vicinity. Close that. Now we know where that 1 is. Closes the 2 out. Okay, it's some dude. And a 2. That makes you a 2. Thus we know where this 2 is. And we know you're a 9. Closes that 2 off. That's a 2. No, these are 3s. Space for the 1s here. And a 2. Yep, it's a dude. Named Ken. Bloop. Welcome back to reality. Welcome back, Ken. Did you see who did all this and which way they went? Thanks, Gorchan. I was just about to make some s'mores when this robot thing showed up and zapped me. After that, everything went blank. This robot look anything like me, maybe? Like, very cute and intelligent looking, but metal? You know, it did look like you, but all metal. And all cute and intelligent looking? Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. Okay. Get that 14 here while we're thinking about it. This 10 and this 11 and this 9, 9, 10, and 11. And a 12. We can adjust a lot of this over, actually. This 1, 8. That's a 13. That's a 12 and a 2, because 12 and 2 are a given. 9 and 9. Just like this, that's a 2, so we can go to 9. That, close you. Know that that's 10. And there's a 3 around here. We know that that's a 1, so we can go up to 6, and that blocks this. Which also blocks this. We know that that's a 2. We know that there's only an 8 in this row. So we have 5, 6, 7. Close this. There's nothing that can bridge this gap. So you're a 2. And you're a 4. Closes this, which identifies the 11, which identifies the 10 and the 9. So that's a 6, and that's a 7. That's an 8. This is a big lumpy one. Looks like a bunny. Perhaps. And 11. There's something wrong with the pattern here. I have messed something up. It's a 12, and that's a 12. Ah, that's why. It's an 8. That's an 11. Starting to doubt the bunny hypothesis. Sort of bear, maybe? Not really what we want to find, just hanging out. A bear, so cute. I'm going to pet it. Perhaps not. I get mauled? That's how you get mauled. 8 and up to... Alright. This is the only single one that we're going to get, I guess. White on that one. This one I think we can. Yep, there we go. Oh, we have a 9 there, so we can do that. This one we can at least get an inference from. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 1s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a bit of wiggle here for this one. So those are 1s. We know these have to be 1s. Get an inference out of this one. So 1, 2, space 1, space 1. Be like that. 2 and a 1 there. There are no 4s. This is early enough that it's got to be the 3. Similarly, this is early enough that it has to be the 4. And we can't fit 2 3s after it, so it has to be like that. Can't be sure about this one. That has to be a 1. Since this is a 6, we can extend it out 4. A little harder to see the hash marks here. So 3 in that vicinity, but that's as far as we can go. This has to be part of the 6, but we can't infer the 4 from it yet. Seeing any other ones that we could... Oh, no, but we can extend this out to 7 now. 2, 3, 4. Which identifies more of the 9. Closes that. We know that this is a 2. There could be another 2 next to it. We can identify more of the 11, though. It's 10. Closes these. We know this is part of a 3, so it closes that one. 1, so this has to be the 2. So now we know that the 7 is around here. It's a 2 and a 3, so there's nothing after this, which identifies the 5. Nothing for that. You know that the 3 is about there. There's something after it, so this has to be a 1. We don't know if this is a 3. But we do know, since the last thing, if there's 2 of them, at most these are 1s. Like, this could be a 3, but it could also be a 1. But if it's a 1, the 3 can't fit here. And a 2 can't fit there. So if this is a 3, this has to be a 1, which makes this a 3. So the next number needs to be a 3. A 3 could fit here. This number is a 2. A 2 can't fit there. This number is a 3. Can't identify it. Last number is a 6. Can't fit there. If it's a 6, it's at least that big. And that's a 1. It's also a 1, which identifies the 6. These 3 are 1s. So if we know these 3 are 1s, this has to be the 2, and that has to be a 1. This identifies the 3, which identifies all of that, closes that off. That's a 3. That's a 4. This is the 2. The next one is a 3. If this were the 3, then we wouldn't have room for 2 1s. So this has to be the 3, and that's a 1. It's only a 2. 2 can't fit there. That's a 3. Can't identify where the other 3 would go. It's a 1, so you're a 6. That's a 1 there, and there's bigger than 2, so that has to be a 3, which makes this a 3 as well. So now we know where the other 2 is. We can bracket that. This has to be a 3, which means the 2 covers this area. That's for the 6, then the 4 would cover to here, so we can't tell anything further about that row. This cannot be a 2. There would not be room for 3 1s above it, so it has to be a 1. If this were the 2, there would be enough room for 3. So we can't make any judgment call about this one. This is a 1, so this is the only space that a 3 can fit. If that's a 3 and a 1, this is also a 1. That's a 2, and there's a 1 somewhere below it. This is a 2, and that's a 2, which makes these 2 1s. And a 1 down, which identifies the 7. One here. So the 3, this has to be a 1 as well, because either this is the first one and then there will be 2 after it, or this is the third one and there will be 1 before it, but it's still a 1. All of these are 1s. This could be a 3, because there's room for a 3 down here. There could be 2 1s above this, and this could be a 2. So, can't make that call yet. Two can't live down here, so there has to be a 1 here. This has to be a 2, which identifies where the 3 is. And we know this is the remaining spot for a 2 there, which makes you a 2 in this column, closes that. You have to be a 1, which identifies the 3 fully. All of that. Oh, we know where the 3 is now. Right there. This is you. Let's see. 3, that's the 1. Which makes you a 2. Since this is a 1 and a 1, that's the 3, which makes that the 3. There's nothing there, so that's our 2. So we have 3, 1, 2. That needs to be a 3 and a 2. So this 8 can extend down. And 1 makes you a 2. This could be a 1 and a 6. We can't tell on that, but we do know that that's part of a 5, and thus this is part of a 4. Closes that out. There's not enough room for a 6 here, which means there is a 1 here and here, which identifies the 4, and places a 1 there. This is the last number, so this has to be the 6, and this has to be a 1. That has to be a 3. Sort of fern? Yeah, fern. We'll have ground to cover in the woods. All right. Nine normally, and then we push it down by 5. So 4 there. And other freebies over in Column Town here. So has to be an 8, so it would extend out this far. That's 4, so it stops there. That's 4, so it stops there. 5 continues. 4 would stop before this. This has to be part of the 6, makes you part at a 1. Part of the 8, so it extends that far. This would be part of a 7, that far. Part of a 5. There's our limit for a 5. 4 can't fit there, so you're an 8, which makes you a 3. Can close that off. You're a 3. For the 5, close that off. Makes you a 6. Close that. Go 5 down from this, makes the 8 and 9. 4 there, makes you a 5. Closes this, makes you a 3. Close those 2. Identifies where the 3 is. And the 12. Part of a 6, we can extend that up here. Still got 7 and a 2. Know where the 4 is. That's the 5, a 4, a 5, a 4. Guessing like squirrel? 3 space 2. 4 in there somewhere. 3 in there somewhere. Which identifies the 2, 8 and a 5. And that, and that. I think I messed something up there. 8. shall try to recover. And 8, 3, 6. There. 5 here. 3 here, and a 3 here. Which makes this a 5. 5 fits there. Yes. Squirrel. To finish an area before we wrap up. 8, 6. 6. Okay. 15, 13. Okay, there's only a 6 there. Closes those 2. That's part of a 4. Which is a 5 here. This is definitely a 2. Can close that. Those are 3s. 6 can close that. It's got to be part of the 5. 5 can't fit before it, so we can close these 2, which extends this up and this up. This has to be the 3. Close that, which means the 6 is within this range. Close that. This has to be a 1. Fit otherwise. This is a 4, then this is the 2. So that's the 5. Close that. Then we can have there. Closes those 3. Makes you a 2 and a 3. It has to be the 2, so there's a 1 right after it. They could fit elsewhere, so that's a 1 there. 6 with 4. Extend it up to 5. Identifies the 6 and closes the rest of it. That's a 4, so we have our 2 and our 1, and our 4 and our 1. It's a 3, so that's a 4. That's a 3, that's a 3 as well, which lets us close this, and a 2 won't fit in 1. So we have a 3, a 1, and a 3. This can't be the 3, and it can't, I'm sorry, a 3 can't go down here. There has to be at least a 1 here. So it has to be 1 and 3. No flexibility there. We can close that off, though. The 4 has to be there. This is the 3. Which means this is the 1. That and make that a 2. Similarly, that's a 2. And what else can we do here? Nothing there. 1 and a 1 here. Close that. This is our 5, so there's a 1 right after it. That makes a 1 there and a 1 here, which closes that off. So we need there are 2 more 1s, and there are 2 slots. So that one's a 1. Don't know where the other one goes yet, like that. With that closed off, the 1 goes there. 4 here. Is that a 6? And that a 6. Bird's nest? Yeah, bird's nest. Moving along. All right. 9. 6 would normally go there and there, which identifies where the 2s can be. 6 telling us where it can't be as well, which means the 3 can't be there. 3 overlaps here, tells us where the 1 is and the 4. 7 needs 5 in the middle. We know that that's a 3 and that's a 3. So now we can narrow this. If that's a 6, then it can go down to here. So 2 that's here and a 2 that's here. There's nothing here. Here because the 2 is above it, so these 2's follow the same pathway. So that, close that, identify the 3, that's a 2 and a 2. And a 2 and a 2. It's like Smokey the Bear or something. Acorn. Initially, it was looking like the, park ranger hat kind of thing. All right. Normal 11 over by 1 over by 2. 11 pushed over by the empty slot, pushed back right by the existing 1. 10 over by 1 over by 2. Well, 11 bumped up by 2, normal 12. This is the normal 9. It will be bumped down by 3, 4. Bumped up by 2. All right. This has to be part of a 2. This is part of a 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. This is part of the 6, so it goes down by 4 and by 4 and by 4 and by 3 and 3. So this has got to be part of the 8. Ah, okay. We knew this because it wasn't 15, it was 14 that we had to fill, right? That. Hit any other 14s? Yes. So this is 5 and 12, 13, 14. So this has to be a 3, a 2, and then a 7. It extends down that far. 9. 6, 7, 6. That one was also a gimme. 5 can't extend that much higher. Same here, same here. 6 can to some extent. That. And that. Close that because there's nothing beneath it. That's our 3. There's nothing past the 5 that can be closed there. 6 can extend that far down. That's got to be a 1. Can't pin down all of them, though. 5, 6, 7. It's got to be the 4. No 3 in this one, so that's a 2 and a 2. There makes you a 2 for sure. That's a 2. Wait, because that was 3, that's the 5, which pushed us that way. 5, so now we know where the 1 is. There's a 4 in here somewhere. Is this the 6? And that's a 5 and 1. And you, and you, and you, and you. Eight, 5, 5 in this vicinity. A 1 and a 1 narrows that 5 down. This ends in a 2. 5 is there for sure. So 2, 1, 3, 2. Some sort of dog thing, I guess. 6. 2. And 1. Skunk? No, no, bunny. They burrow behind it. Cleared the forest. So that's a shortcut that you can open. For some values of shortcut. Nice, nice. Right? There and 8 there. 1 and 1. 1 and a 1 and a 1. 2s are as a result. We know what that is. We know that that's part of a 3. That has to be part of a 2, which closes this, which identifies the 6 and another 2 and another 2 and another 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. This 5 goes that far. That's another 1. That's a 3, which identifies the 5. Closes that. Put that one there. There, so we close this one. Regardless of where that 2 is, this 2 is over here, which closes that 1. So 4 up here, which looks like that. That 2, like that. That 2, that 4. That's a lump. That's just a lump. It's a lily pad, apparently. I guess. I do like how it's more than just one object, though. 3 and a 2 and 3, 3, and a 2, and a 3, and a 3, and a 3, and a 2, and a 2, and a 2. 2. 4 and a 1. 4. 3. Has to be there. 13 would normally go that far. That's not the case, so we close that, add that in there. Here and like that, which means we can close that one and move this 4 over to here. This is wrong. Have to course correct. Dragonfly? Sort of. Hello, Ember. Hello, sweetheart. There you go. 2. Just the 10. 8. 2. 2. 2. And 1 and 2. And 1 and 2. Just a 1. Uncertainty there. Okay, that has to be part of a 5, which means it can extend up to here. So you're part of a 3, doesn't change anything, but you're part of a 2. Alright, let's see. This has to be a 3 down here, and this is a 4 up here, which isolates that out into a 3. Same with that. Narrow that, but we know that a 6 can't fit here, and a 6 can't fit down there, so... the 6 is in there somewhere. 3 can't be here or here. So the 2 3s are down in this vicinity. 2 can't fit there. As well, that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 2, that's a 1. 3 down narrows the 2 down, narrows the 3 down. 3 and a 1 can coexist in these different places, but we know the 10 is there now. That, that, and that, and that. So we can narrow all of this. That's a 3, that's a 4. 2. Divide our 5. One, 3. It's a 3, which closes that off. It has to be a 2. It's the 6. Since that's a 1, means there has to be a 2 after it, which looks like that. There's a 3, which closes those off. That's a 1. Cattails? Reeds. That for 13. This for 10. This for 15, which identifies the 13. 10, that has to be the 1. Four. 1, 10, 7, 8, 3, 3, somewhere in that vicinity. 9 is around there. 3 is around there. 2 down. 9 is there. This is part of a 3, which fills that space in, which identifies the 9, which cleans up the 8. So that's a 2. That's a 1. Can't fit there. This is a 10, so we can extend it out to 8. Those are 3s. Those are 1s. That's a 4. It's out to 5. That's a 2. That's a 2. And a 2 and a 3. Was not expecting swan. Not expecting swan. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Okay. Big numbers, not really. All right, let's look for the combo numbers here. This will get us to 14. So we do know that the 6 is like this and the 7 is like that, though. This is close, but it's a messy inference to do it that way. Let's see if we can. 3 and 3, 2, 2. Space 1, 2, space 1, 2, 3, space 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Doesn't tell us much. There, this does. We can remove some elements there, just like this one. Six is somewhere in that vicinity. So that's 3. We can isolate it. We don't know which one that is. 7, 3, 7 here, 7 here. Got to be a 5. Narrow that. So we can expand the 6, identify that. We know that's a 4 now. Close that off. We know this has to be a 2, which identifies more of the 8. Closes that. And closes these. We know those have to be 2s. That's the 6. 4 in here. That. A 3. Close that. Close this and this. This. Can't be the 2. That can't be the 3 or the 3 here. Which means we can extend that out to this and close this one. We know this is a 6, so we can expand that out. So we know that's a 2. We know this is a 3. So this has 1 and 1 and 1. That's a 1. This one has to be a 1, so now we know where the 7 is, we know where the 3 is, and we know where the 5 is. We know that's a 2. That, and we know that's a 4. And we know that's part of a 4. That's part of a 4. That leaves the 1 there. Still not sure here, but we know that's a 3 now. That's a 3 now, which makes you a 3. And you are a 2. There's only 2s remaining in this row. That has to be one of them. These are also 2s. Can't be sure on this row as far as the other placement. We know those are 3s, which makes you a 2. Send the 8 out to 7, which closes this, identifies that for sure. Good with that one. 2 spots remaining for that 2. Another bird. 6, and that's a 1. That's a 3. We threw something off here. There we go. We were able to recover and reveal the duck. See if we can clear another zone, then we'll wrap up. Then down 2. Then down 2. 15. Then and 11. 2 and a full 15. 1 and a 5. 1 that. Ones, and those are definitely threes. What's that? 4 into 4. 3. 2. 5. That has to be a 3. 6, and that must be a 2. Closes the 11. That's definitely a 1. It's already an 11. So that leaves a 2 there. So there's a 2 into 3 here. Leaves a 2 there. 1 space for that 1. And a 2. And a 1. A gazebo. All right, couple of freebie bits here. That. That. Clear all the bits you're certain of. It just, further narrows it down. Keeps things flowing. First 3 things in these columns are definitely 1s. First 4 things, and there's no room here, so those are 2s. For these to be anything other, well, it's a 2, then a 1. Like, these have to be 1s. That's a 2, then we'd have 1, 1, 1, 2. Okay, no, let's not make assumptions about this just yet. The only thing bigger than 1 is a 3 in this one, so everything after that. This has to be a 3, that makes that a 2. This 3. This a 3, and everything after. Noteworthy, there are 3 1s, so 1 and 1 in space for here. Space for there. 3 and 3. 1, 3, and 1. 6, 7, 8. 6, we've got to rule at least 1 more slot out. So these are 4s. This has to be a 2 and a 2 and a 1. Frog. He's got the eyes. that, and then this. Yep. A very happy, skinny frog. Look at the size of that one. Wow. Let's go. That's a 3x3. Identifies the 8, which we can over identify the 4. That's a 3. Those are 1s. That's a 2. It's you a 3. Has to be a 3 in order to fit the remaining 1. Same, that has to be a 3. 3. We have very clearly drifted into, how about just one more territory? That. And so that fills in there. That's a 4. 4. 2 and a 2. And 1 and 1. It's there. And a 2, which makes that a 2. 3 can fit there. The remaining 1 has to fit there. That's a 2 then. 2, a 2. Identifies the 2 in that row. These are 3s now. We messed something up. There's an extra 1 in this somewhere. Where? Ah. No, that's 2. That's correct. Start it. Clearly messed something up, you know? Part seems like it was right. Can't fit there. 4, 2, 1, 1, 1, 3. 2s exist there. Nothing here. The 4 is already known to be elsewhere. It has to be there. Has to be the 3, that has to be the 1, identifies the 2. And 1 and a 2. This little bit is different. Continue along. Five, 10, 2. That. 5, that's the 7 then. 4 and a 3 and a 1. 3 there. There. 3 there. 3 here, and 1 and 2. Okay, for realsies, we're going to get this one done. And then we shall be done. Definitely, definitely. A 4 can't extend up that high because that'd make it 5, so that's 2 and 4 identified. 7 extends like that. 6 closes that out. 4 and 1 can still fit there, but 5 and 1 can't fit in here, so this is all of the 5, which makes you part of the 4 and you part of a 3. So you have to be part of the 1, which makes you the 4. Same way, that's the 4, makes that part of the 2, makes you part of the 4, part of the 3, and that part of the 6. It's a 2 and 1 and 1. The 1, the 2, and the 4. It's part of the 5, that's part of a 3. It's part of the 5, that has to be part of the 2. Here. 4 and 2 and 2. 3. Big blossoming tree, I suppose, especially given the area background. Push down 2, 4 doesn't fit anywhere. Take that. Get that across there real quick. Same here, but push down 2. That has to be the full 9 there. 6 and 3. It's a 1 and a 3 and a 3. It's that. It's a 1 and a 3. And a 3. It's 7. That's part of a 2. That's the 4 and a 2 and a 2. And the 4. 2 and a 3 makes you a 5. That's a 1. Close that. 6 is known, makes you a 2. Makes you the 1 that was missing. It's filled in there. That's a 2. Closes that in 2 and 1 and 1. We're going rapid fire here. And 4 and 8 is like this. 1, 6, 1, 6, 5, 5, and then a 3 and a 6 and a 10 and a 10. That's part of a 2. This is the 5. This is part of the 8. All the way to 7, so that's closed off. 6 closed off. This is part of a 3. There's nothing over here. This is the 2 and the 1. This is a 1, and that makes that the 3. 4, 5, and 6. 8 is identified. 5 and then 6. The 5 and the 1 and the 7. Everybody keeping up? Definitely like the cherry blossom tree that's shown in the little backgrounds. This is less straightforward. Okay. 2 and 1. Okay, the 1 is here. The 4 can go down to here. Then 1, 2. So that's the 3 and a 1 and a 3. 8 and 2. That has to be a 1. There's nothing there. That's a 2. Close 4. Close. It's part of a 3. Close that. 2. There's a 3 left. It goes here. 3 there. Then a 5. There's a 1 there. 3 are there. 1 and 2 and 2. That's a 3. That identifies the 5 and the 2. That's a 3 and a 1. That's the 3. There's a 3 right there. 4 and a 2, and a 2 goes here. I find myself getting kind of caught up in this kind of game. It's really easy to just keep rolling. Kind of a trance out kind of thing, you know? That. 6. 6. Close the 5. Close that. Close the 6. Close the 2. 2. 6 and the 2. 5. Yeah, definitely got to remove that blue one from the rotation. They're trying to make it seem kind of like a graph paper, just a regular paper thing, and it makes the crosshatches really faint. Okay. Not a lot to run with, but it'd be like that for the most part. This 5 is dead in the center. Okay, if that's a 2, it's like that. There's nothing down here if that's a 2. 3 and 2 can coexist right here. This is definitely part of the 5. That doesn't change anything. That has to be a 2. 3. Still can't tell for sure. Coexist up there, can fit there. Very little to go on in this one. There's very little to go on. So the 3 has to be here. Okay, this has got to be our kickoff point. At least part of it. Oof. 2 can't be there. That's the 2. 2 can't be there. That's the starting 2. All of that could be 1. But now we know that the 5 is fully there. We can narrow that down. 1 and 2 can't narrow those. 1 can be here or here. 3 has to be up here. That identifies this. We do have another chunk knocked out, so that's the 2. 3 has to live there, closes these off. This has to be the 3, it's the first one. This has to be the 3, it fits there. This is the only spot it can fit, makes that the 1. Another 2, it's like that, closes that, identifies the 7, identifies the 5, then 1 and 2. Okay, took a moment to find that critical junction. 9 of 9. Let's go. Cherry blossom tree. Oh. Nice. Nice. All right, folks. So let's switch the camera. See who's active. Oh, that was a good run. I do like a good puzzle night. It's very relaxing. To some extent, a bit rough on the throat. It's amazing how straining just sitting there talking about numbers constantly can be. All right, though, folks. Thanks for watching with us tonight. I hope you had a good time. Like I said, we will be weaving gaming in now and again, and at least periodically, it's going to be something really chill like this. With that said, though, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.